Was on this day.
In 1958, Gary Anthony James Webb was born. And he said, that's not a good rock star name. How about Gary Newman? How about that?
How about that? That's Cars from like 1979 or something.
Yep, 79, 80, something like that.
Katie, you can put that down as a song that I like. Okay, it's okay. I was looking up stuff about Gary Newman. He's got a new record out.
Mm-hmm.
But I think this is, I don't know when the internet started doing this, when Google started doing this, but when you look something up, you'll find a whole bunch of questions about the subject, which I find very amusing.
Who is Gary Newman?
Well, it says, what condition does Gary Newman have?
Does he have a condition?
Yes, he has Asperger's. Did Gary Newman marry a fan? Why, yes, he did. In 1977, he married Gemma O'Neill, a member of his fan club. She's from Sidcup, you know. Let's see, is Gary Newman a goth? Is Gary Newman rich? Let's see what the answer to that is. His net worth is $7 million.
He's doing okay.
Yeah.
Don't cry for Gary Newman.
I wasn't going. Does Gary Newman wear wigs?
Yes.
That means a lot of people have Googled, does Gary Newman wear wigs?
Gary has been wearing a wig or hair plugs for a long time. He started losing his hair when he was quite young, and he has candidly talked about that.
So what this is Google answering a bunch of questions that it already knows the answer to. Asking a bunch of questions it already knows the answer to.
Yeah.
I just think that means that those are the top questions about Gary Newman that people Google.
I like that. I mean,
it's helpful.
It's a good way to get some quick information and then forget all about it.
What SPF does Gary Newman use?
Let's see.
Well, he's British, so it should be fairly high.
It should be
35.
At least, I was going to say at least 30 or
It's 35.
Good.
Says it here, 35.
I want Gary to burst into flames.
I use that SPF that Bill introduced me to long ago.
What's that?
The mineral powder.
Oh, yeah.
Do you still do that?
Yeah.
Yeah?
No, I use that. It's not a cream at all. It's a powder.
It's a powder with a built-in brush that your dermatologist told you to use.
And it has bronzer in it.
For
sort
of camera ready.
It gives you, if you have a little bit of rosacea, it knocks it down. All right.
I started using that on my kids, too, because they don't like putting that thick cream on their face. So I pull out the little powder, and that's their face SPF.
What is this another Gary Newman song?
Yeah, this is just another one from, that breakout album, The Pleasure Principle, Bill, from 1980, 1979.
Well, yeah, and he's now considered, it says here, and I guess it's true, a kind of a forerunner in the electronic music.
Oh, yeah.
Era.
But you say Pleasure Principle, and I think Janet Jackson, Carrie. That's my pleasure principle.
Well, Gary did it first.
Well, and Gina, that's the difference between a mainstream woman of a certain age and us new wavers.
Well, and when I think songs from the Big Chair, I think of our Best Of album that we did.
Yeah.
Do we still have some of those around anywhere?
Yeah.
I
we
see.
should give some of those away.
Tears for Fears has a new record out. A brand new album.
We played the song, remember, a couple weeks ago?
Oh, yeah. But I saw a picture of them, and I don't know which one it is. They're two guys.
Kurt Smith and Roland Orzabal.
I think it's Kurt Smith. Has at least shoulder length or longer white hair.
I think that's Roland.
That's very, very nicely groomed. And he looks good, but...
If I ever had a cat, I'd name him Roland Orzabal. Because you give cats weird names. That's not a dog name, but that's a cat name. I'm not going to get a cat, so anybody's welcome to that name for a cat.
Although, Gina, I once had a dog named Fred L. Montmorency, so
Yeah.
I named him after the mayor of South Ogden, Fred L. Montmorency.
You didn't call him that, like when he was outside. You didn't say all those names to get him to come.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Come on, Fred L. Montmorency. Come on, kitty. Fred L. Montmorency.
There's no mistaking that for sit. You see, the
Right.
commands won't get confused.
That's
I guess
exactly
that's a good thing.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't. My cat, Mr. Fluffy Pants, is most often called MFP, or as I call him, the sick one.
Oh.
He's nearing the end, I'm afraid.
Is he the shaved one, or the other one is the shaved one?
The other one is Klaus is the shaved
Klaus
one.
is the shaved.
And Klaus doesn't really have he doesn't have a long name. It's just
That's a short
Klaus.
enough name that you can just call him that.
Klaus with a K, so that you don't confuse it and call him Claus.
He should be a czar or something. Czar Klaus. Let's give him a title.
You're the grand premier, Klaus. How's that? Our fearless leader, Klaus.
Yeah.
There you go.
There it
That's
is.
more accurate.
Yeah. He's man, that cat is fat too. Anyway,
I had Riley out for a walk yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
So Becky Edwards, she's running against Mike Lee, had a event in a park in my neighborhood, and I thought, well, I have to walk the dog anyway. I'll walk over and see what she has to say for herself. And I saw a neighbor. I saw lots of neighbors that I haven't seen in a long time because nobody goes out and does things. But one of my neighbors said, "Well, Riley's looking svelte. What have you been doing?" Riley is not looking svelte. I'm like, really? She's huge.
So was this person lying to Riley to make
I don't
Riley
know.
feel good?
Maybe
Or
that person does
did-
not know what svelte means.
Or did
No,
they?
she said, "What are
Yeah.
you doing?" She's lost weight. So that's the whole thing of, when people look at you and say, "Oh, have you lost weight?" It's like, so you thought I was fat, and now I'm not quite as fat.
I'm going to have you consider this, Gina, and well, there's no other way you'll be able to take it. Maybe standing next to you, Riley looks svelte.
Oh no!
Maybe that's what.
You shouldn't have said that. No,
Maybe.
that you should.
I mean,
not
the woman that talked to you said, "Well, I have to say something nice about something. I guess it'll be the dog."
The dog has lost weight.
Yeah.
No, she's on the diet dog food, but
So am I.
she's fat.
Klaus, when he has this just this pouch of something hanging down off his belly. It's just this loose. He walks and it sways back and forth. He's just obese, and there's nothing I really can do about it. Because he crowds in and he'll get the food. He'll push the other, especially now the other cat's sick.
Mm-hmm.
He really can push the other cat out of the way.
You feed him out of the same bowl?
Well, not necessarily, but it's hard to control. Where I can't lock one of them up really very well while the other one eats. So we just have to keep an eye on it. Get away from there. Get.
Don't have a separate room you can put him in?
Well, I don't. Yeah, I do, but I don't want to do that
Because you don't care about the one that's dying.
Well, I
Clearly.
care more about the condition of the room and what would happen if I put the cat in there by himself. He would not treat the room kindly. So.
Got one of them crates?
Yeah, you come and try and put that fat cat in the crate.
Cats don't like to be
No
put in
thanks.
crates.
That's what the
generally.
boy is for.
It takes two people, me and the boy, to do it. It's an awful situation. And I want to thank all of the people, by the way, who sent me suggestions for robotic litter boxes. We were talking about how awful it was to clean the litter box the other day. Katie, you're nodding. Do you have a robotic litter box? No. apparently there are some good ones out there. Convincing my wife to spend that kind of money on a litter box.
Yeah.
Even though I could say to her, although I wouldn't dare, well then, you clean the litter box.
Oh, I think whoever cleans the litter box gets the say in what sort of litter box.
I've always wanted one, but my blind cat would have a freak out with it, I think. So.
Well, I think you're right about that, Gina. But again, you say to my wife, well, then you clean the litter box.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I think you say whoever cleans the litter box gets...
That's the same thing. It's saying, okay,
It's all in how you
let me
phrase
say
it.
it this way. Honey, whoever cleans the litter box gets to pick one. No. No, they don't.
No, they don't.
No, they don't. We're not spending that kind of money on a litter box. Okay. All right.
You know what, Bill? If you want to make some changes, what you need to do is you need to get a truck and you need to drive it and block the freeway or the main roads around the
That's how you
capital
make
of the
change?
city, and that's how you get your change. If you want change in your home, that's what you need to do.
I'll try that. Thank you.
An elegant way of wasting time. It's Farting Around with Radio from Hell on X96.
You know, we asked for check-ins, and like yesterday, nobody called 877-602-9696, which leads me to believe that nobody's out there, or if they're out there, they just don't care. But if you'd like to check in with us, 877-602-9696, just check in with us while there's still time. 877-602-9696. It's just to say hello, tell us how your day is, what you're doing, anything interesting going to happen, anything happen interesting to you today. I think that of all the people listening right now, if there are people listening, something interesting had to happen to someone, right?
Odds are, something interesting happened to someone.
So while you still have the opportunity, check in with the Radio from Hell show at 877-602-9696.
Hoops Vision Correction, HOOPES Vision.com.
This is a remarkable thing. You get your vision corrected. If you're nearsighted, if you have an astigmatism, it used to be with an astigmatism, they couldn't do these procedures, but now they can. If you do this procedure, you get rid of your glasses, your contact lenses. I think it's about the closest thing to a miracle that I can imagine. And didn't you feel like it was just miraculous, Carrie?
Yes.
Just like, huh? How did this happen? Man.
The whole concept of it is they describe the procedure to you. It's like, something out of science fiction. And then you lay down and it's 15 minutes and you sit up and you're like, oh, that's what it's like to see.
Yeah. So right now, ask for their Spring in Your Step special at Hoops Vision. $800 off LASIK. That's $400 an eye. Start seeing without your glasses or contact lenses. Make your appointment. 877-30-LASIK or hoopsvision.com.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we find our elders tracting on the ice planet Hoth. Oh, man, it's cold out here. Why is it so cold?
It's an ice planet, Lehigh. What do you expect?
I'm sure glad my mom sent me these mittens.
And Zone Leader Hansen has sent us to some pretty dismal places before, but this has got to be the worst. I hope that this Wampa fella lets us in and offers us some piping hot postum.
You know, these tauntaun thingies smell funny. and they're just not very comfortable to ride. I wish our hyper bikes hadn't frozen up. Let's see, third cave on the left, just past the second snowdrift. Yep, this must be it. Hello? Hello, Mr. Wampa?
I don't suppose his first name is Willie, do you? See, Willie Wampa. What? Hello, anybody home? Hey, pal, that's my ride home you're having for lunch.
You must be Mr. Wampa. Hi, I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is my companion, Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
Look out, Butch! Oh, man, he knocked you down. That's going to leave a mark. Excuse me, Mr. Wampa, all we want is just a couple minutes of your time. Oh!
Oh, man. Where am I? Oh, heck. Hey, Lehigh, wake up.
Oh.
Wake up.
Oh, what in the flip?
This is just great. Here we are, hanging upside down, stuck to the roof of a Wampa cave, our feet frozen in what appears to be Wampa spit, while my ride home gets eaten by Mr. Wampa out there.
Yuck, I don't think this Wampa spit's ever going to come off my wingtips. Hey, there's somebody stuck to the ceiling behind you.
Huh? Hey, it's that farm boy from Tatooine. Hey, Luke! Luke, wake up!
Huh? Ben?
No, not Ben, it's me, Butch. I don't suppose you got a plan to get us out of here, do you?
If I could just reach for my lightsaber. There. So much for the element of surprise.
Hey, look, your dad, Darth Vader, cut off Lehigh's arm with one of those things. Cut him some slack.
Will Butch and Lehigh ever escape from Wampa Cave? Will Luke cut Lehigh's arm off just for the fun of it? Will our elders ever get the Wampa spit off of their wingtips? Tune in next time to hear Lehigh say... Oh, thanks, Luke. For a minute there, I figured we was Wampa Chow.
Luke.
Ben?
Luke.
Ben, is that you?
You will go to the Dagobah system.
Mr. Kenobi? Dagobah? I've never even heard of it.
That's a swamp planet. You're not missing much.
You must seek out Yoda and continue your training.
But I've already been to the MTC. Ben? Yoda? Dagobah?
Mr. Kenobi, are you sure? I mean, we've already been to Dagobah.
Hold on. I've got some problems here. Luke, you go to Dagobah and seek Yoda. Butch, Lehigh, you go thaw out your hyperbikes and continue tracting. I should have gotten Jedi call waiting.
On the next bone-chilling episode of Space Elders!
All right, let's get this over with.
Indeed. We will take your check-ins in just a second. I guess a couple of people are hanging on. 877-602-9696 is the number. There's a line open. But let's officially begin the show, Gina.
Demand for nurses is higher than ever, higher than the demand for people checking in with us, I think, because that's in demand also. Nightingale College blends online classes with on-ground supervised field experience. Enroll now for the upcoming summer semester. Go to nightingale.edu.
Our good friend the moon is waxing its way toward full, 32.6% of full today. The moon will rise today at 9:55 a.m. Today being Tuesday, it's the 8th day of March in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2022. And this is the morning show that is once again reminded that the future is uncertain and the end is always near. It's Radio from Hell, starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Kerry Jackson. I'm Bill Allred. Gina Barberi right there, the lovely distaff member of the Radio from Hell morning show. And then our producer, Katie, for short, in downtown Salt Lake, wearing do you wear that necklace every day, Katie? That amulet? Mm-hmm. I like that's very nice. I don't know. No, I mean the other one. I just noticed it for some reason. That. And we have Miriam and I would assume Cameron Diaz helping out in the producer's booth. Mm-hmm. And now we go to your check-ins at 877-602-9696.
Let us begin with Lindsay. Hi, Lindsay.
Hello, Crafty Lindsay checking in.
Hi.
Nice to hear from you, Lindsay. You know, Lindsay, it's International Women's Day today. Did you know that?
Well, it's International Women's Month. I was aware. So
Yes.
I've been telling everybody it's my month.
Yeah, it's...
Where are my gifts? I
yes.
should have gifts.
Absolutely.
What's going on with you today?
Oh, well, I'm on day 7 of 16 down here in Tucson, Arizona.
You're on
working
day
on a
7?
film.
Day 7 of what?
Okay.
Oh, yeah, she's down there working food service on a film.
Craft services.
Yeah.
I see.
What's the film? Can you tell us
That's
anything
right.
about it?
Well, it's a Western, and it's coming out next year, so that's about all I can say.
That's all you can say.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Alec Baldwin isn't in it, is he?
Not touching that with the 10-foot
Oh.
pole.
Lindsay, how's Tucson? I have some friends that live there.
You know, it's beautiful. It's sunny. It's a bit chilly. You know, we're not getting out of the 60s this week, but I'm loving it.
Yeah, it's Arizona is an interesting place. Phoenix is really awful the way it's all spread out and ugly like that. But if you go just to the core of Phoenix, and if it had never gotten any bigger than just that kind of, it would be a lovely place.
It might have stayed perfect.
Yeah, but no. But Tucson is nice. It's not spread out like that.
It's lovely. We went to the Saguaro Desert Museum over the weekend, and it was great.
Went and looked at them cacti, huh?
Oh, the ones that look like this?
Yeah, they look like it's what you think of when
Just
you
like
think
that.
of the Old West. Yeah. Yeah, Gina, if you go to x96.com/live, she's doing
my
her
cactus
best impression. Yeah.
Yeah.
She's got cozy.
Wile E. Coyote is her reference.
And she's got little prickles all over her,
Yeah,
too,
I
which is
do.
interesting.
All right, Lindsay, we got to go.
Thanks, Lindsay.
Take care, y'all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice to hear
Bye-bye.
from you.
Let's go to Whitney. Hi, Whitney.
Good morning, Whitney.
Good morning, guys.
Hi.
What's
Guess
up with
what?
you?
I have my son back.
You what?
My
more
son
time.
got back to Salt Lake City after 60 days of rehab.
You know,
Oh,
that
that's
guitar-
right. We
that
checked in
guitar
with you
playing son,
earlier.
yeah.
Yeah, excellent.
Yes. So he's home and here to say hi. Say good morning.
Good morning.
Oh,
He's
hey,
with you there. Hi.
There
No,
we go.
good work. Good work,
Congratulations.
son. Good work.
Love y'all, man. I love going to be back listening to X96. I miss you guys.
Well, we missed you, too.
Your radio parents are proud of you.
I
All right.
appreciate it.
Now,
yeah, he'll be
stay
flying back
stay
to
clean.
record again.
You what?
He will.
Yeah.
He will.
Yeah, I'm just going to be
Good,
going
good.
out to LA periodically, like once a month to record and stuff, and
Oh, cool.
keep
Uh-huh.
doing this. Yeah.
All
That's
right.
great.
Keep us posted on your progress.
That's good to hear.
I will.
We will. And once again, I'll, pump up Doc Wild 3 on TikTok.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go. There you go.
Thank you.
you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Whitney. All right.
Bye-bye.
Let's quickly go to Brittany. Hi, Brittany.
Hi, Brittany.
Good morning.
Hi. What's up?
So I just wanted to call in. I was the one that was talking about X94. I had the misfortune of living in the basin.
Oh, out there
for a
in the
while.
Uinta Basin, yeah.
Mhm.
Roosevelt, Fertile.
Yeah, I lived in Roosevelt, and it was
I feel your
one of
pain.
the worst experiences. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But today I wanted to talk about our amazing friend Kevin that owns the heavy metal shop.
Oh,
His
yes.
wife
Yes.
passed away. And I just wanted to kind of raise awareness. There are some GoFundMes for
Yeah.
him. Just any love. He's a huge staple here in the community. His wife couldn't have they're both amazing people. Couldn't have been any better. They're raising their 2 grandchildren. So that's Kevin now. So I just want to make people aware.
We have the GoFundMe. Maybe Katie can help us put that up on our
Facebook,
social media.
Yeah, I've got your email right here in front of me, actually, Brittany, and
awesome.
I was going to mention it today, so I'm glad you called in. The Heavy Metal Shop is truly an institution here in Salt Lake, and you know what's fascinating about it? That the Heavy Metal Shop logo, you know, their T-shirts and stuff.
Oh, you'll see them everywhere.
You'll see those all over the world.
All over the world.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's done so much for music. He's done so much for music here in our community, and he's just one of the most amazing people. I haven't seen him for several years. I saw him at one of the Bernie Sanders rallies. He's like, come get in line with me and Ange. And we didn't want to cut in line, so we didn't. But, I mean, he remembers me after years, and he's one of the sweetest people. So this is, you know.
We'll put up a link to the GoFundMe, Whitney. And
thank you, guys.
Brittany, thanks for calling us.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, guys. Have a good day.
All right. Traffic, Gina, please.
Well, let's see if we've got any issues this morning. It's looking pretty good. I'm looking at the UDOT cameras, and it doesn't look like we're having any weather issues this morning. That'll probably be different for your commute tomorrow morning. So today's your day where you shouldn't have too much trouble. There is some snow in the upper elevations of both Big and Little Cottonwood Canyon. Traction devices aren't yet required, but that could change, so be prepared before you go. It's snowing in Sardine Canyon. Not sticking to the roads, though, but visibility is reduced. Use caution driving between Logan and Brigham City. And down here in the valley, looks like things are pretty good. If you see something that's not good, you can certainly text it to us. Like this person says, the light at Redwood and Camp Williams and Bluffdale is not working. Treat it as a 4-way stop. Thank you, whoever sent that in today at 33986.
All right. We'll take a break. We'll be back. We got some things you need to know coming up. Also, Utah Word of the Day. The mayor of Mona, Don Criddle, and his boy Denver will be here just after 7 o'clock. Round one of your boners coming up as well. Brooklinen.com. I need you to go to brooklinen.com and use the promo code X96, and you'll get $20 off of your purchase of $100 or more. Now, there's so much available at Brooklyn, and it started out as just, you know, stuff for your bedroom, sheets and pillowcases and things like that. It has now expanded and exploded with all kinds of wonderful products beyond the sheets that are buttery smooth, of course, wonderful. But they also have the loungewear collection featuring T-shirts and tank tops and sweatshirts and joggers and other essential basics for lounging around your fortress of solitude. And if you need the extra nudge to purchase, go take a look at the 5-star reviews if you don't believe me. Over 100,000 of them, 5-star reviews. So go to BROOKLINEN.com. Enter the promo code X96 for $20 off of your purchase today. Get comfortable and get it for less at Brooklinen.
There's a great a little video that I tweeted early this morning at RFH Bill.
Well, let me go look.
It's a little video of some mayor somewhere in Wisconsin, I think.
Yeah.
He's doing his Groundhog's Day thing with
Like
Jimmy
you.
the Groundhog.
Jimmy, that's
Sun
not a
Prairie.
groundhog name.
It's
not.
Why is Jimmy not a ground? Phil is a groundhog name. Why is Jimmy not a groundhog name? It's fine. If Princess, good God, Gina, you derail the story.
Jimmy, that's not a ground.
Why does Carrie Fisher call her dog Gary? It's fine. Anyway, Sun Prairie, Wisconsin, Jimmy the Groundhog, and the mayor, Jonathan Freund, and he's an idiot. And I love the way they wrote this story on, what is it, Gawker or Newsfeed it's called. Gawker's Newsfeed, yeah.
Low-rent Punxsutawney Phil impersonator Jimmy the Groundhog has the easy annual task of predicting each February whether Sun Prairie, Wisconsin will experience 6 more weeks of winter. This year, the job got to him a little bit as he whispered his prognostication into Mayor Jonathan Freund's ear. The weather will be, got your ear, sucker! I'm biting your damn ear off. How do you like me now?
He gets a hold of it, too.
Yeah, he does.
He gets a good chomp in there.
Yeah. You watch the
He
little
keeps
video.
going. The mayor keeps going, though. He doesn't stop.
Yeah, flinching from the savage attack on his soundy flaps, Freund attempted to translate the bite from groundhog to English. He didn't see his shadow, the shaken mayor stammered, so it will be in early spring. Jimmy's handler is obviously concerned about the integrity of the little biter's predictive record, later clarified that he had actually been attempting to indicate that winter would last another 6 weeks. It is Wisconsin, after all.
So the mayor got it wrong altogether.
Yeah. The mayor's office responded that only the mayor can translate Jimmy's prediction, the Milwaukee Sentinel-Journal reports. But it's a funny video. Watch the little video.
My question is, what kind of a mayor name is Jonathan? I mean, really?
It's a fine mayor name.
Terrible mayor name.
Fine mayor name.
No, that's a terrible mayor name.
Jimmy is not a good name for a groundhog. Jimmy's a nice guy. Groundhogs are mean.
Gino, why don't you just shut up?
A texter points out Jimmy the Groundhog was part of the Gambino family.
Exactly.
That's your confusion. So,
What?
Jimmy is a perfectly fine name for a groundhog. Who died and made you the namer of all things?
I'm not the namer of all things.
You sure act like it. No, Val Kilmer is not dead.
Yet.
And what kind of a name is Val for a Kilmer?
Exactly.
The Kilmers never named their children Val. What's wrong with them?
All right, coming up just after 7, Mona Community Notes with the mayor of Mona, Don Criddle, and his boy Denver.
There's a mayor. I understand Mayor Criddle is giving a second State of the City address. He did one earlier, and it was not sufficient, apparently. So,
lots of things are happening in Mona, apparently.
Yeah. You know what today is? National Peanut Cluster Day.
Ooh, I love a good peanut cluster.
Well, in 1912, Carrie, Howell Campbell of Standard Candy Company in Nashville, Tennessee, combined peanuts, caramel, to kind of stick it all together, nougat, and chocolate, and he called it the Goo Goo Cluster.
Now this is all very exciting, Bill. May I sponsor it? That would be great.
You never have to ask my permission, just do it.
Over 65 years they've been a part of your community. While the name is changing, commitment to you is not. Welcome to You First, YouFirstCU.com.
Now, I do have some tragic news. Precious celebrity, one of a kind. I cast my mind back trying to remember this person specifically, and then looked up some video scenes with Farrah Fork in them. She was in the TV show, most prominently Wings. She played the helicopter pilot on the NBC sitcom Wings. She died Friday at her home in Texas. She was 54 years old, death confirmed by her mother, who said in a statement that her daughter had been sick with cancer for several years. She played the alluring pilot, Alex Lambert, on 3 seasons of Wings. which aired from 1990 to 1997 and followed the adventures of offbeat characters at a small airport in Massachusetts. And Wings it was never a flashy show, but it was consistent, and it was usually very entertaining with really good performers, and she was among them. She played Alex Lambert, the helicopter pilot. The house where Edward Scissorhands, Edward Scissorhands was born, is up for sale. I thought it was a national monument because, you want to mark the place where famous people are born.
Katie's very excited.
It's a piece of history, certainly. The current owner of the house, Joey Klops, that's Klops with a K.
Klops.
Klops with a K.
I own the Edward Scissorhands house.
Why do you know why they call me Joey Klops, don't you?
No.
Well, I can't say in polite company.
Oh, okay.
Selling the Florida house for $700,000. It features 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms. There's a sewing room, of course. And Joey Klops has renovated the space so that it more closely resembles the movie house.
Can I make a correction? It is not the house that Edward Scissorhands was created in. It's the one he's taken into.
I was waiting for the excuse me.
I'm sorry.
It was the house he grew up in.
Well, yeah, okay, yeah.
No.
Yes.
It's just not the one he was born or created in. I'm sorry.
Okay, fine. He was created at Vincent Price's house.
The big castle up on the hill.
Because I would have bought that house instantly.
Yeah, no, this is where he grew up.
This is where he ran away to.
Yeah, with the mushroom wallpaper and all of that. Well, Joey Klops wants $700,000 for it. And it's on. It is on the National Register of Historic Places. As a house should be.
It is the Boggs family home.
COVID cases in Utah, for the first time, have dropped below 300 per day. There were 543 new cases, but it all averages out. A week-long average of 282 new cases per day. That's less than 1/30th of the peak of the virus Omicron surge in January here in Utah. There were 261 Utahns in hospital. I went to a restaurant yesterday. Hadn't been to a indoor sit-down restaurant. I'd been to one other restaurant I went a couple of weeks ago, but it was warm enough to sit outside, and they had a heated patio, but this was inside. I walked into the restaurant. It was very busy. I was wearing a mask. I was the only person in the entire place wearing a mask.
Bill, you'd think you would have gotten the memo because you do the news that the pandemic's over. So
the servers weren't. The patrons were not. And I did it. I went and sat down with the people I was to have lunch with, and took off my mask and had lunch and talked to people, and so we'll see.
But I usually follow the server's leads. If they're wearing a mask, then I keep mine on.
Yeah, they were not. So
interesting.
We're in a as good a period as we've been in since last summer. So and the CDC is saying we can take a little break now because we need a break because probably a variant will come around in the next few months and we'll have to go back to being really, really good again. So you can take a little break.
I thought I would take the break, and I felt kind of uncomfortable at first, but you sort of get used to it, and I enjoyed my salad. Utah Attorney General Sean Reyes. Ooh. Well, he is under investigation.
Good.
Yay. A newly formed bipartisan group planning to investigate the conduct of Utah Attorney General Sean Reyes, according to an editorial in the Washington Post. As part of that, Michael Teeter, the managing director of the 65 Project, told the Post, we're considering filing an open records request to see if state resources were use to go into other states and look for voter fraud. You remember when he went to Nevada, for instance.
He won the boner for spending Utah taxpayer dollars to go investigate voter fraud.
Well, that's winning the boner is one thing, but that's minor, Gina.
I think that will come up in their investigation. That will be on their list of evidence. Is he won the boner for that?
The 65 Project, named for the number of lawsuits that sought to overturn the 2020 election, has ties to the Democratic Party heavyweights, according to reporting done by Axios. The dark money group, that means they have funding, but we don't know who's doing it, is purportedly ready to spend $2.5 million this year going after 111 attorneys in 26 states. Following the 2020 election, Reyes took time off and traveled to Nevada to investigate supposed voting issues and joined a lawsuit brought by Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton attempting to invalidate the election results in 4 battleground states, all of which were won by President Biden. Won by President Biden decisively, and yet they were trying to contest the election results. The humanitarian crisis in Ukraine is getting worse and worse. Russian shelling has trapped and traumatized Ukrainian civilians, magnified fears on Monday of an intensifying humanitarian crisis that's already left tens of thousands without food, without water, without power, without heat, and it's very cold now in Ukraine. As hopes for even a brief ceasefire flare, and then they're just so ceasefire hopes flare up and then they sputter out. The Russian invasion, the biggest conflict to engulf Europe since World War II, has turned at least 1.7 million Ukrainians, half of them children, into refugees. Way to go, Vladimir. You've done a great job. Really a good job.
What?
Well, it remains to be seen. I mean, for what he would say, I'm getting rid of those Nazis.
There aren't any.
But for what
Zelensky's Jewish.
But for what he wants to have Ukraine once again be part of Russia. He wants the old Soviet Union back.
So you can just go take it.
That's what he's doing. That's what he's doing. Yes, I'm not saying. Of course, it's not the right thing. It's not right, but that's what he's doing.
I would think, as a society, we would have moved past. I want that
dream
country.
On.
I'm going.
Dream
to take
on. It's not worth asking the question for what. He's just doing it, and it's ugly and awful. Let's see. Congress has given final approval to make lynching a hate crime.
Finally. What year is this? 2022.
Yeah,
okay.
200 years.
Just checking. 2022.
The Senate unanimously voted to pass the. Of course, in the House, remember yesterday or Friday, we noted that 3 or 4 congressmen in the House of Representatives
still are unclear as to whether lynching is bad or not.
Yeah. They wouldn't say that. They wouldn't say, well, we don't know if lynching's bad or not. They have this nonsense of
they would pull in something else, say, does this cover this and this?
We already have hate crimes laws.
And
why do we need this?
That's
why do we need this? Rand Paul and Christine Nome were here to do a fundraiser for Mike Lee. And I want you to listen to this statement that Mike Lee made to the crowd. There were a bunch of Republicans gathered there to support. He held up a pocket constitution that he has, and he said this: the federal government has gotten too big, too expensive because it's doing things it was never intended to do. I want to take us back to this rule book. And if Republicans if they want to go with that government's too big. I don't agree, but okay. But then he went on to talk about experts. Mike Lee said, "We put too much faith in experts. It's the tyranny of expertise. When we're talking about someone like Fauci, we see a problem that has really ensnared us in a system of big government. It's what some refer to as the tyranny of expertise. If America ever sees tyranny, it will come in the form of experts, masterminds, people who are so smart that people will defer to them in all things. And the only way that would ever work is if you could accumulate all this power in the federal government." So Mike Lee is saying that people who are really smart should not be trusted.
Who should we?
Experts.
I don't know who sneezed.
We should not trust experts.
Who should we trust?
Your religious leaders and Mike Lee.
I will remind you of these quotes from Isaac Asimov. One of them is, "In America, it seems, economic elitism was desirable, but intellectual elitism is to be avoided at all costs."
Yep.
And he also said, "There is a cult of ignorance in the United States, and there has always been." I want you to picture Mike Lee. There's a cult of ignorance in the United States, then there always has been. The strain of anti-intellectualism has been a constant thread winding its way through our politics and cultural life, nurtured by the false notion that democracy means that my ignorance is just as good as your knowledge.
Exactly. That's the Mike Lee slogan right there. That is at the heart of everything he believes.
Don't trust experts, people who really know what they're talking about. Don't trust them.
Doesn't he claim to be an expert in the Constitution? Isn't that his expertise that he
Of course,
claims?
he does not. Gina, he would never see the
irony?
He would never see the irony of that. No, never. Never would he see it.
And, I'm not going to waste my time with this expert to have my appendix taken out. I think I got a YouTube video that'll walk me right through it, by golly. And I'm not going to wear a mask because I'm not a pansy.
Now, here's something that experts have done, and this will be the final thing here. Carrie, what does this remind you of?
Okay.
Experts have come up with, apparently, the world's first molecular beverage printer.
Now, I read about this.
They can make thousands of drinks. So what does this suggest to you?
The replicator.
Exactly. Earl Grey, hot. And
Yes.
there it is.
As with most technology that we have today, it was created by Star Trek nerds because they saw it on Star Trek and they said, I want that.
I want that.
Captain Kirk's communicator, hey, there's your cell phone right there.
Yeah.
I mean, all of that.
But isn't this amazing that they really they're trying to do it, and they've made some progress, and at some point you'll be able to say, let's see, I think I'd like a gin martini. And it just it shows up there for you.
This device makes, I thought I saw, it'll make sodas, but it'll also make wine.
Yeah.
And some cocktails.
Yeah.
And it's all contained in one unit.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to try and compare with a...
And just as a side note, if you haven't seen the first episode of Picard, you really need to.
Oh, it's good, yeah.
Oh, man, it's good.
It's like a movie.
It is really good.
All right. Sports weather traffic, Gene.
Utah Jazz lost to the Dallas Mavericks 111-103 at American Airlines Center Monday night in a highly anticipated rematch of the Jazz 114-109 win over the Mavericks on February 25th. It was an ugly game. There was fighting and flopping, and people were not getting along. Not pretty. They play the Trailblazers tomorrow at 8 p.m. So weather. After a little lull, there's another snowstorm that's expected to hit Utah bringing unseasonably cold temperatures through at least Friday, the National Weather Service is saying. Storm moves in Tuesday and Wednesday. Salt Lake City area can expect total snow accumulations of 3 to 7 inches. And it's going to get very cold. After the highs in the low 30s on Tuesday and Wednesday, it will dip down about 12 degrees on Wednesday night. Expect a high Thursday of 21, overnight low of 10. That's down here in the valley, so much colder up in the mountains, of course. Winter storm watch will be in effect in the Wasatch Mountains north of I-80 from 5 a.m. today until 5 p.m. Wednesday. Total snow accumulations of 10 to 20 inches are expected in the higher elevations. Then sunny skies return on Thursday and continue through the weekend, but it's going to be really cold until Saturday and Sunday. So that is your weather. Traffic, let me refresh this and tell you the most up-to-date information I have. Traffic lights at the intersection of Redwood Road and Camp Williams Road are stuck on red in all 4 directions. You want to treat that as a 4-way stop. Expect some big delays through there, especially heading north on Redwood Road. And snow in the upper elevations, both Big and Little Cottonwood Canyon. Traction devices aren't required yet, but that could change. Be prepared for before you go, just in case. And it's snowing in Sardine Canyon, not sticking to the roads, but visibility is reduced. Use caution driving between Logan and Brigham City. And if I could just bounce back to sports just for a second.
Sure.
We got a text from Brock checking in.
Mm-hmm.
Brock says it's spring break, so I'm leaving for Vegas in the morning to watch UVU in their basketball tournament. Would love to have both men's and women's teams in the sports updates this week, Gina. Also, thank goodness for the X96 app and podcast. Brock, I'm asking you to be our correspondent in Vegas, and you can send me information about UVU.
So Brock is asking for your assistance, and
Yeah.
your answer is you do it.
Yeah.
If you send it to me, Brock, I will talk about it.
Do it. Be our field correspondent, Brock. All right.
Email, or how do you want it?
Sure, email Gina@x96.com, Brock.
All right.
That would be great.
We'll take a break. We'll be back. The mayor of Mona, Don Criddle, has his second State of the City address coming up right after these. KXRK Provo.
It's the Utah Word of the Day.
From what year? Do you have any idea?
1994. Let's see. Here we go.
Today, we examine another group of words used by most Utahns called L words, or words that end in ELL.
Oh, yeah.
And to help you with today's lesson, each time an L word is used in the following dialogue, a bell will sound. Imagine, if you will, our two friends, LeVar and LeGrand, together in LeVar's trailer house. The TV is on. A conversation ensues. Again, these are L words.
I love this TV show.
Yeah.
I am so glad that someone is showing the reruns of McKell's Navy.
Me too. You know, I would just love to set sail with McKell myself. Hey, you remember the one when the wacky crew of PT Boat 73 tried to save that beached well?
Yeah. They had a hard time because of this big storm.
Yeah.
Gale force winds and hail stones the size of golf balls.
Yeah.
But they saved that well anyway. McKell did not fall.
Well, no thanks to Gruber. Yeah, that was quite a tell, though. Hey, listen, give me some of them snacks, would you? I'm hungry.
Sure.
Uh-oh.
What?
Trell mix.
Yeah.
You're not going to like this, LeGrand, but Trell mix makes me thirsty for just one thing.
You're not going to be drinking beer in front of me, are you, LeVar?
Oh, no. I'm going to have me a glass of L.
L is beer?
Yeah, but this is pretty mild. It's that Pell L from Squatters. It's so mild I can drink a whole bucket of it.
You'd get drunk if you drunk a whole Pell of Pell L. Then you'd get throwed in jail. And I'd have to bail you out. Oh, hey, looky here what I got in the mail. it's a flyer from Deseret Book. It says here that Dan Quell is coming to town to sign copies of his new book.
Boy, the liberals sure rode Bush and Quell out of Washington on a rel.
Sure did.
They fought tooth and nail, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah.
Hey, I hear that this new book of his really lifts the veil of secrecy about Washington life and what really went on. You know, I'd like to see him. What Deseret Book is he at?
Well, the one by that big jewelry store.
Big jewelry store. You mean Morgan's Jewelers?
Nope. Zell's.
There you go.
That's back when we had this theory that we would beat you over the head with comedy. You know, the way to get you to laugh was to beat you over the head with comedy.
Why didn't we ever learn to edit?
I don't know.
That's what I want to know. Also, now, you were shouting, this sucks.
Mm-hmm.
I got to tell you, though, out of all of the Utah Word of the Days, that was the best one.
It was one of the,
Really?
Yeah. It was one of the better ones.
In my opinion, I think that was the best one. Whenever someone says, what's the quintessential episode, I say that one.
I still like Lard Dorothy. That's a gorgeous orange.
I like talking to the manager of the store about the manger scene.
Yeah.
The creche, you know, the manger scene. The manger. I need to speak to the manger about the manger scene.
God. Beat you over the head is right. Even I was getting bored. Sorry, folks. Yeah, that's why we don't do sketches anymore, all right? Anyway. Okay. Let's see. It is 7:02. We got round one of your boners coming up. Stand by for that.
Mm.
And let's see. Kyle will be calling in.
Mm-hmm.
And this next thing it's a mistake.
What happened?
Well, so it's the Utah Word of the Day, but it's featuring this time, and we've been kind of going to Don Criddle and the Marimona, but I started writing it, and I got about halfway through and went, oh, wait a minute. I've done this before. I've already done a State of the City address for Mona. And now here I am writing another one. That's stupid. But so I just tried to cover it up with.
There's big happenings in Mona.
Exactly.
There's more information that needs to be. I think it's fine.
Okay, exactly. Okay.
And it's sponsored, so we have to do it.
Okay.
Locally owned Young Automotive Group has over 8 different brands across 6 automotive and power sport dealerships. Check out the variety online at youngautomotivegroup.com. Think Young, think Ogden.
It's often said that people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah word of the day, and today's word is...
It occurs to me that we need a separate intro produced for segments such as this one. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for reasons which will be explained later, here's the mayor of Mona, Utah, with his second State of the City address.
Good morning, folks, and otherwise fine citizens of Mona, Utah. Good morning to the Mona City Council members who have gathered here this morning to hear my second annual report, which I'm doing because of the complaints that the first one wasn't complete enough. I'm your mayor, the Mayor of Mona, Don Criddle. And as Mayor of Mona, it is my civil duty to address you all once a year, or twice a year if you don't like the first one, and to report on the condition of our fair city, Mona, Utah, the city of which I, Don Criddle, am mayor of. And this is my second annual State of the City address.
Don't forget to talk about me, Daddy. I'm here with you, so make sure you talk about me as well.
'Tis true. I have brung my young son, Denver.
Denver Criddle, son of Mayor of Mona, Don Criddle.
'Tis true. I have brung Denver, who will talk about the state of the city of Mona, Utah, as it pertains and otherwise relates to the young folk of our city, Mona, Utah.
That's right. The State of City address this time is multi-generational. That's Latin. It means multi-generations, or more than one generation. And I'm going to address one of them generations today, the young one.
That's right, because as you know, Mona, Utah, has a big diversity of white folks living here. There's men and women and children and horses, and we got dogs and cats. And part of that is our Chinese restaurant, which is owned by the Christiansen family. They all are threads in the beautiful tapestry of Mona, Utah. Oh, and we have a Flying J, too, but some folks who live in Nephi, they come over and they run that. Now, as your mayor, the Mayor of Mona, Don Criddle, I am pleased to tell you that the state of Mona, and by state I mean condition, you know, the way things are in Mona is good. Some might say real good. And the budget is very nearly balanced now.
So does that mean you figured out how to stop the money leak, Daddy?
Denver!
Did you ever find out who put a hole in the city's money boat where the tax money would slowly drip, drip, drip into someone else's pocket?
That is enough, Denver.
I know that you were sure that Eldon Whitlow was the one responsible for the shortages, right, Daddy?
Denver! Mr. Whitlow has been the finest city manager Mona has ever had. I'm sorry, Eldon.
And he has a real nice new car, too.
Denver, why don't you just give a report on how Mona young folk are doing in our fair city?
We're doing good, Daddy. It's winter, and we can't swim in the pond. So a bunch of us are learning to smoke.
Denver!
No, I'm sorry. Did I say I meant ski. Yeah. A bunch of us kids are learning to ski. We got lessons out on the hill in the cemetery, so I'd say the kids of Mona are doing good. The kids are all right.
Well, there you have it, folks. Enough is enough. I think you can see why around these ports we say Mona, Utah. So why not?
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah word of the day.
I really have to apologize for the political nature of
It was very... This show is so political.
Previous. Man.
You got a text, Don.
I'll bet.
If Don's still around.
Yeah. Hello, this is Don. Hi, this is Don Criddle, Mayor of Mona.
A friend of the program says, Mayor of Mona, I just wanted to let you know I drove by Mona last weekend. I was on I-15 and I saw a sign that said Mona, but never saw another one. So it's the Mona, Utah, so why not sign? It's not. We got to get that up.
Well, sir, or a young woman, as the case may be. We are raising money. The JCs are raising money for the Mona, Utah, so why not sign?
We had the one that I made, Daddy, but somebody stole it.
Well, Denver, we couldn't put up a sign that was done in crayon.
Well, that's all I had at the time. I got my wood burner now, though.
Well, Denver, we're going to get a professional done sign. There's a professional sign maker over there in Nephi.
Listen, I swear, if I could just learn to use my wood burning set without burning my hands, I could make a sign that says, "So why not?" Here's the other thing, Daddy, is that the kids in Mona don't seem to think that slogan is very good.
Well, I don't care. They're young'uns.
They think it's ironic or something like that. They don't.
Denver, I don't think you know what the word ironic means.
I'm just telling you what I hear them say.
Denver!
When we're out behind the shed learning to smoke. I mean, ski.
You're a real good skier, too, I understand.
I'm an excellent skier. I can ski in rings. I can do rings when I ski.
I hear you can French curl ski, too.
Sure. I think that's what it is.
Well, at any rate.
Is that the one with the tongue?
We're working on the sign. And
Okay.
pretty soon we'll have one right. There is no exit for Mona, though, you know. There's just a sign. There's no freeway exit.
No?
No. You had
How do you know when you're in Mona?
Well, it's you know. Now, but there's no freeway exit. You get off on the freeway at Nephi, and then you take the only way you could get into Mona is on the back road. It's only on the back road. That's all.
That's why I never leave Mona, Daddy. I get lost.
Well, you're not the only one, Denver. Not the only one who gets lost.
That one time I was lost for a whole 6 hours, and I was scared.
Well, luckily the nice folks at the Safari Motel found you and returned you to Mona.
They covered me in one of them silver space blankets. They said I was in shock, Daddy.
Kept you warm, didn't it?
It did.
They're nice folks over there to the Safari Motel.
Why is it that whenever people in shock, that's the blankets that people seem to have? I don't understand.
It's a shock blanket, Denver.
Okay.
Most good people have one in their trunk.
We need some.
I got one in the trunk.
I might go into shock right now.
I'm going to put you in shock if you don't cut it out.
I need a ski.
You want shock? I'll give you shock, young man. I'll shock you good.
I'll be back later. I'm going to go ski right now.
Go have a ski, why don't you,
I'm going
Denver?
to have a ski.
I know what you're talking about.
A leisurely slalom is what I'm going to do.
You leave the house and I know you ski. I can smell the ski on you when you come back.
That's Aqua Velva, Daddy.
Aqua Velva and ski.
It covers up the ski smell. That's
No,
what
it
I'm
don't.
saying.
You think it does, but it don't.
Maybe I better try Elsia then. All right. Traffic, Gina, please.
Ooh. Okay, traffic lights are flashing red all directions at Redwood Road and Camp Williams. Treat that as a four-way stop. You can expect some big delays, especially heading north on Redwood Road. The wind is blowing snow over the road in Sardine Canyon. It's causing icy conditions. Traffic is very slow on US 8991 heading south toward Manaway.
Mantua.
Or Mantua.
Mantua.
Depending
Manaway.
It's Manaway. Depending on whether you live in Utah or in Italy where it's Mantua.
It's Manaway, lady.
Yeah, and if you're seeing something, you can text us 33986 and I will pass it along. That's traffic.
Boner's round one coming up, and here are the candidates you'll be considering. Boner candidate number one. Here, Boner. Come on, boy. Come on, boy. Boner candidate number two. Here's a suggestion. Change the name. And boner candidate number three. Because he is the essence of evil.
All right. Boner's round one. coming up after these. Stand by. X96. Radio from... Like to show you something, Gina.
What do you got?
Let me get it here.
And everybody else can look in.
Yes.
What? What?
Something furry. Oh, it's a... I can't tell.
What is it?
It looks like something that my cat coughed up. What is that? Can't tell what it is.
How much money if I eat it?
Wait a minute. Let's see it again. That does not look edible.
It looks like hair.
It does, doesn't it?
What is
What is it?
How much if I eat it?
$5.
$5 to eat it?
I'll give you $5.
Okay. Yeah, there it is.
Okay.
Ready?
That's disgusting.
What?
And it
what?
It kind of dissolves in your mouth, doesn't
You
it?
seem to be enjoying it, whatever
What
it
is it?
A little bit.
What?
Pork foo.
Pork
Which is what? What is pork foo?
It's essentially just pork jerky that's just been shredded.
Shredded,
very
yeah,
finely.
yeah.
So it looks like lint.
So that wasn't such a dare after
No.
all.
I owe you $5.
$5.
Where do
So
you get
how do
pork
you-
foo?
At the Asian store.
Now, are you supposed to just enjoy it that way, or are you supposed to also add it onto food? Or?
That's what's great about it, is that it's so functional, and it dissolves, and you can put it in stuff, and it brings that nice pork flavor, and but like you said, it dissolves, and
Yeah.
you know, and then when moisture hits it, it's kind of like it's meat, you know. It is,
Yeah.
It's just
Oh yeah,
But
I
it
know
looks-
exactly. I can. Oh man,
it's delicious.
But it looks hairy. Is it?
It is.
Well,
Is
so
it hairy?
No.
In your mouth?
A little for a
It's
second.
like, how about think of it as cotton candy, except it's meat.
Meat candy.
It's meat
Oh,
cotton
okay.
candy. Essentially.
Would you eat it, Gina?
I would try it.
Would you?
Sure.
Okay. Maybe I'll
send her over some pork foo?
Now they call it also pork floss, but you know it says on the package pork foo, so that's what I'm going with.
That's much better. What is the brand? Straighten the label out there. Let me look at the whole.
It's Kimbo brand.
That's great.
Trust
See,
it.
that's
Yeah.
Kimbo brand pork foo.
Yes, Kimbo
Cooked
brand.
Dried pork product.
Mm-hmm.
My wife goes to the Asian store, the one on 9th South, all the time. That big one. So I bet they have it
Put
there.
pork foo on the shopping list.
Get you a jar of pork foo.
Get me a jar of pork foo while you're out, honey.
Yeah, it looks like the dogs tore up the carpet. Yeah, that's kind of what it looks
Kinda.
like.
Mhm.
Yeah, but it's delicious. Mm-hmm. 7:18 right now. Everybody okay?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
You betcha.
I don't know. My daughter's sick, so not great.
What?
I mean, not COVID-y sick. She works in a daycare now, which is like...
Oh, God.
I'd advise against that.
She's going to be sick.
Does she wear her mask at the daycare?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. But it's still a daycare.
And the hand washing, you know?
Yeah. Oh, yes. But bless her heart. So she usually gets up with me at... She's like up and going at 4:30 because she likes to get her day started early, and it was like 4:30, then 5:30, then 6. She still wasn't up. And I'm like, you go ahead and stay home today. So there's that. So it's okay that we're still broadcasting from home, is what I'm saying, because you guys don't want me to bring the daycare to you.
No,
I wish you were my mother.
What?
I wish you were my mother.
Because I would let you stay home from school if you're sick. Well,
My
it's
mother
the
would have
responsible thing to do with these
my mother would have
trying
said,
times.
I don't want you home with me. You'll get me
Oh.
sick. Go to school.
Go get somebody else sick.
With my mom, it was like, let's find an excuse to send Carrie to school.
Get him out of the house.
I mean, for any reason, Mom would say, stay home from school with me, and you can help me out doing whatever it is today. And then, Dad would come home and find out and get really pissed.
What's the boy doing here?
It was a teacher work day. They didn't have school today.
He was helping me sort Tupperware for my,
Did
she
he ever
sold Tupperware,
Did he ever say things like, Elma, you coddle that boy?
Oh, yeah. Elma, you're too easy on that boy. You're going to make him gay.
If it were that easy. I've tried to make my kids
say
gay.
Gina
It doesn't
tried, yeah.
work.
Did you ever hear him really say that? I mean,
Yes.
Make him gay?
You think I'm kidding? No.
Well, I mean, you can sort of sense those things sometimes.
That's
when
why
you
he
actually
didn't want
heard
you to
him say
watch
it.
Mr. Rogers, right?
He didn't want me to watch Mr. Rogers. Oh, he was worried about even my sci-fi stuff because I wasn't out playing with the other kids. I was, more fascinated, with the sci-fi and comic books things. I don't know. It's just going to make him. He's going to make him, soft. It's going to make him.
Honestly, my mother was very nice, and she never said if I wanted to lay under a tree and read all summer long and not do anything active, she would. That was fine with her.
that.
Yeah, that's fine.
My boy's
develop
a
the
reader.
mind. Develop the mind. Yeah, and she actually would tell. She actually told me once or twice, you have an IQ that's so high they don't want to tell you.
Jeez.
Yeah,
That sounds like a
an
mother's lie.
Yeah,
that
you
is
have
a
an
mother's
Well, it
lie.
was. It was. Your IQ, I've seen your IQ score, and it is off the charts. So, now I can't, they don't want you to know
No, we
exactly
can't
what it
tell
is.
you.
But
You'll get a big head if we tell you.
And
what-
she also said I'd get a growth spurt and be taller. Never happened.
All right, it's time for round one of your boners. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, funny human behavior, and you'll decide with your vote. Of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and get that chance to become Boner of the Day? Boner, of course, means mistake. We'll give you 2 candidates now, a third here in a bit. And once you've heard all 3, you'll vote, and one of you lucky random Boner voters will receive
tickets to the International Sportsman's Expo at Mountain America Expo Center. It's happening March 17th through the 20th. And you can find out more information about it at x96.com.
All right, we've got Boner candidate number 1, which is, here, Boner. Come on, boy. When picking out a dog's name, maybe you should imagine yourself yelling it in public before going ahead with your opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Or with your option, I mean. But some dog owners don't mind shouting, come on, Sergeant Squishy Bum, or here, Captain Fluffy Tuff, or others would do anything to avoid yelling out some silly name for their pet. But one owner sparked a debate over his dog's unusual name. A woman explained on Reddit, this is one of those Reddit things, how she had asked her neighbor to change his dog's name because she thinks it's inappropriate and offensive. Yes, he named the dog Boner.
Oh, I thought you made that part up.
No, the dog's name is Boner. Here, Boner, come on, Boner, come back inside. The woman said, I mean, it may sound funny when you first hear it, but only when you realize he's talking to a dog. But I hear this every day. I can't imagine him shouting it in the street or a park. What if there are children around? And he's screaming for Boner. It's just not okay, she said. Well, it's Boner candidate number 1. Who do you think is the Boner here?
Her for complaining?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If he wants to name his dog Boner, who cares, ma'am? And kids maybe when they get a certain age, they're going to go, but I hope he would explain that I named my dog Boner because he's a clumsy, foolish dog who makes mistakes. He's a boner. All right.
You shouldn't name your dog Lifesaver.
That's Boner candidate number 1.
All right.
Here's number 2. Here's a suggestion. Change the name. A 3-location chain of restaurants has become a source of controversy in France, not because of their wonderful food, but because of the name of the restaurants. The restaurant is called Maison de la Poutine. And there are 3 of them in France. It's kind of a mini chain, and they hope to grow. The House of Poutine. Poutine, of course, being French fries, cheese curds, and brown gravy, which a lot of people love, and there are variations on it. It's a French-Canadian or Canadian invention, and people are calling the restaurants and complaining because
it's not even spelled the same way.
Apparently, now I'm just going by what the story here. It says. Poutine in France, the name of the Russian president, Vladimir Putin, is translated as Poutine.
So they pronounce it Poutine.
Yeah, they pronounce it Poutine. So his name is Vladimir Putin.
Okay. Poutine.
And they're calling it the House of Poutine. And so people are complaining. If I were the restaurant, I would just change the name rather than try to stand up against this. And I think they're boners for not just changing
But that's what they serve.
Change it to House of Gravy Fries.
How do you say gravy fries in French?
Gravy.
Gravy cheap.
There's something you could change it to.
Yeah.
You don't need. It's like back in the day when the AIDS epidemic hit. There was it was a diet candy, which is stupid. But it was a candy that you say would kill your appetite, and it was called AIDS. It would aid you in
weight loss.
And so when the AIDS epidemic came along, I don't think they changed their name. They just went out of business.
They went out of business, yeah. That's because they didn't change their name.
Yeah. So if it's House of Poutine, change the name. So the guy, he doesn't have to change the dog's name. That's Boner candidate number 1. But these people should change the name of their restaurant, Boner candidate number 2.
Conflict.
Yeah.
They can call it food de sauce.
In Eastern Canada, it's pronounced Poutine. I'm just getting texts about poutine now. It says now I want some poutine.
Coming up in a moment, Boner candidate number 3, which is he's the essence of evil.
Boner candidate number 3 for round 1 coming up after a little bit here.
I was just excited to tell you that, and you probably know this already, Lauren Cohen and Jeffrey Dean Morgan, they're going to do a Walking Dead spin-off.
Maggie and Negan,
2 of my favorite characters on the show, because there's conflict between them because Negan killed Maggie's husband with a baseball bat.
Is she upset about that?
She's still holding a grudge.
Still, you'd think she'd get over that.
Yeah.
Locally owned Young Automotive Group has over 8 different brands across 6 automotive and powersport dealerships. Check out the variety online at youngautomotivegroup.com. Think young, think Ogden.
So following the series finale of The Walking Dead later this year, they will have a series called Isle of the Dead. It'll premiere in 2023, 6 episodes in the first season. The show will move to a different backdrop In a release, the network described the series as Isle of the Dead envisions the popular Maggie and Negan characters traveling into a post-apocalyptic Manhattan long ago cut off from the mainland.
That'll be good.
Manhattan is an island after all. The crumbling city is filled with the dead and denizens who have made New York City their own world full of anarchy, danger,
Will Kurt Russell
beauty,
be in it?
Danger, beauty, and terror.
Adrienne Barbeau?
Now, Gina, will Kurt Russell be in it? Period. Will Kurt Russell be in it? Rather than yelling it in the middle of my sentence.
You never stop. I have to get it in somewhere.
I do stop. All right. Evan Rachel Wood says Marilyn Manson told her to make him dinner right after she had gotten an abortion.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. Amy Berg's 2-part HBO documentary, Phoenix Rising, finds Evan Rachel Wood reflecting on her abuse allegations against Manson. New details from the documentary's second part, airing on March 16th. I didn't know it was on even.
No.
Have emerged courtesy of Insider and the New York Post, including Wood's allegation that Manson told her to make him some dinner right after she had gotten an abortion. Wood became pregnant again with Marilyn Manson's child while making the HBO miniseries Mildred Pierce. He flew out for the abortion. I was so scared and sad, she says. I obviously believe in a woman's right to choose, but that doesn't mean it wasn't devastating.
Mm-hmm.
The second it was over, he was like, well, make me some dinner. And I remember being, well, I'm supposed to be resting, I think. But he didn't care. You see, I paused there. See if you had any comment.
I can't make a joke after that. Was Kurt Russell there?
Is that the only
Kurt Russell should have made dinner.
Is that the only thing you can do is make a joke? Perhaps you could have a comment of understanding for her.
There's nothing to say after that.
No, nothing, absolutely nothing. I just paused again, Gina.
Here, let me help. Brian Warner is a dick.
There you go.
All right.
Yeah. So globally, COVID-19, the death toll has now surpassed 6 million. Yesterday we said it was about there. Now we made it past 6 million. That's according to data from Johns Hopkins University. Now global daily deaths have been dropping quickly over the past month, down from 11,000 a day in the second week of February to about 7,000 a day now. So globally, the pandemic also seems, as it is here, it seems to be lessening globally. But even at that, we've passed now 6 million people. About 1 in every 1,300 people has died of COVID since the start of the pandemic. Utah nonprofit is going to Ukraine to offer aid to the refugees there as the conflict with Russia, it's not good to call it a conflict with Russia. It's the invasion.
They had no conflict with Russia.
It's really even not good to call it. It's not a war even.
No, it's an invasion.
It's an invasion, and it's an attempt to completely dominate the people of Ukraine. Some Utahns feel that they can't just stand by and watch. A small team with the nonprofit organization August Mission will fly to Eastern Europe on Tuesday to help out the 1 million refugees fleeing Ukraine to find shelter in Poland. I believe, didn't Joe Biden mention Poland in his State of the Union address and say something about just being grateful to the people and the country of Poland for stepping out, one of our NATO partners.
Yeah, the NATO partners were mentioned.
Yeah. Bruce Roberts, who is the CEO and founder of August Mission, says, we don't want to just throw more resources at the problem. We want to identify what the specific needs of the people are on the ground and try to resource and fill those needs. August mission is dedicated toward helping refugees and displaced people find recovery and resettlement.
And the other thing, and this texter reminds me of this, I wanted to bring this up, is yeah, we're not happy with the Russians, but don't take it out on Russians who are living here in America.
No, they have nothing to do with it.
Because this texter reminds me, this is the San Diego restaurant, Pushkin Russian restaurant in San Diego, is getting death threats.
That's ridiculous.
The owners and workers are Russian and Ukraine, who emigrated to get away from Russian control. I mean, that's why they're here. So that's not their deal.
Yeah.
Don't take it out on them. It's not the Russian people that we don't like. It's Putin. He's nuts.
Most of the, I would say almost 99% of the Russian people who are in America or Canada, a lot of Russian emigres went to Canada. They are here and in Canada because they wanted to get away from
exactly
the Soviet Union and then Putin.
Yep.
Let's see. Utah
one more
teachers,
quick story.
Oh, quick one? Okay, let's see. How about $4 gasoline? The national average for a gallon of gasoline jumped above $4 yesterday. It's on the verge of breaking the all-time record of $4.11 set in 2008. So with that in mind, here are the 7 least fuel-efficient American vehicles.
And I'll bet they're all extremely popular.
So if you have one of these, you're just contributing to the problem.
Yep.
The Cadillac CT5V Blackwing, 15 miles a gallon.
Oh, my God.
The Dodge Challenger, Charger, Hellcat, Red-Eye, wide body.
But they're fun to drive.
15 miles per gallon. The Ford F-150 Raptor,
Again,
15 miles a gallon.
Very popular vehicle with a huge gas tank.
Jeep Grand Wagoneer, 15 a gallon. Jeep Wrangler Rubicon, you see a lot of those around here, 14 miles a gallon. The Ford Mustang Shelby GT500, 14 miles a gallon. And finally, the Ram 1500 TRX,
also popular,
12 miles per gallon.
What are you thinking?
A rolling coal.
And you're driving that to the office. That's what gets me.
Well, part of what you're thinking is you bought it back 2 years ago or a year ago when gas was cheap.
Because no one was going anywhere. All right.
All right, that's it.
Let's, weather traffic, please.
Winter storm watch will be in effect in the Wasatch Mountains north of Interstate 80 from 5 a.m. Tuesday till 5 p.m. Wednesday. Total snow accumulations of 10 to 20 inches are expected. Even higher amounts possible in some areas. This is all, of course, up in the mountains. We're still expecting, could get 3 to 7 inches down here in the valleys, and much, much colder, 10 to 15 degrees below normal will be for the next several days. And that storm should be coming through starting this afternoon, overnight tonight, into tomorrow. Traffic, we have, let me refresh this so I can give you the most up-to-date information. Old accidents, the information about those, that doesn't do you any good. You need to know what's happening right now. I believe there's still some signal problems. Redwood Road, Camp Williams, lights flashing all directions, treat it as a four-way stop. Expect big delays, especially heading north on Redwood Road. And looks like that's about it. You haven't sent anything in via text either. So please, if you see something and it's safe for you to text, 33986 is where you can send that. That's traffic.
Here's boner candidate number 3. Because he is the essence of evil. The CEO, Chief Executive Officer of the Pfizer company.
Okay.
They make the vaccine. It's a huge company. His name is Albert Bourla. He revealed in a new op-ed published on Forbes that he and Jared Kushner, former President Trump's son-in-law and senior advisor, once had a heated debate, an argument over whether the United States should receive its vaccine doses first. In the op-ed, Bourla said he and Kushner disagreed over the supply time for an additional 100 million doses of the Pfizer COVID-19 test or shot that the Trump administration had ordered. Bourla wrote that the conflict arose because the U.S. was topping up on its original order of 100 million doses of COVID-19 vaccine, but other countries had already signed contracts with Pfizer to secure their vaccine doses. Well, Jared Kushner said, and he says he was very aggressive, saying, I want all of your doses in the second quarter of 2021. And he said to do that, we would have had to take supplies from Canada. We would have had to take the vaccine from Japan, from Latin American countries. And Jared Kushner said, I don't care. Do it. Well, they didn't. They stood up to Jared Kushner. But Kushner, trying to divert all of those vaccine doses from other countries who needed them to America. Why did he do that? Because he is the essence of evil.
Mm-hmm.
That's number 3.
There you go. Let's review the first 2 and vote.
Number 1 is, here, Boner, come on, boy. A guy named his dog Boner. And by the way, Boner in the old-fashioned sense means mistake. He named his dog Boner. Well, the Boner candidate here is the woman who lives in his neighborhood who's complaining that the name is, what if children hear it? And things like that. Boner candidate number 2, here's a suggestion, change the name. A restaurant chain in France called Poutine, House of Poutine, they're being targeted because people think it's associated with Vladimir, as he's called in France, Vladimir Putin. And Boner candidate number 3, it's because he's the essence of evil.
Mm-hmm. All right. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and get that chance to become Boner of the Day. Winning here secures it a spot in Boner Fight. Happens at 9:20. So it'll be the winner of round 1 here. That is the first contestant. Second contestant will come from round 2. Happens at 8:20 with 3 more candidates. We'll get another winner there. Send that one forward. They'll both fight at 9:20 this morning, and you'll decide Boner of the Day at that time. Right now, this is round 1, so let's go. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth in Salt Lake, 877-602-9696. Use your voice. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting, March 8, 2022, and vote there. You have until the end of these messages to get this done, so let's go. This is round 1.
Is what we've got here.
Oh.
It's 20 warning signs your liver is sending you right now.
What are you? Why are you looking directly at me?
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
Now, before we get started, I'm concerned because our announcer there says, because people love a good list. I don't think so.
How do you know?
We're getting complaints about these lists.
List complaints?
I haven't seen them.
And I'm like, well, what's? And they said, well, get a good list.
Well,
I'm like, these are good lists.
I think this is a helpful list.
Well, this could be a lifesaver for me.
And it's
apparently
just because you don't find a list interesting doesn't mean it's not a good list.
Okay, so number 1, 20 warning signs your liver's trying to send you. You have super itchy skin.
Uh-oh.
It's an early sign. It might just be dry. But if it's becoming a regular thing, it might be worth getting checked out, especially if it's itchy. Also, it's an indicator of cirrhosis of the liver.
Uh-oh.
Really?
Number 2, your skin or eyes are turning yellow.
Uh-oh.
Well, yeah, that's a sign.
Seeing the whites of your eyes start to
Jaundice,
turn yellow, it's jaundice.
Yeah.
And it could mean your liver's in trouble.
That's what all of these mean.
Yeah. You've gained a lot of weight.
Uh-oh.
Your liver may be to blame. Another symptom of liver
You don't
cirrhosis.
need to say that every time.
Do you know what liver cirrhosis is?
It's when your liver cirrhosis.
The disease develops slowly, replacing healthy liver tissue with scar tissue, blocking blood flow through the liver, inhibiting the organ from working properly.
Right. Believe me, I know that.
But then a conflicting symptom.
What's that?
You're losing weight.
Well.
So which one do you pay attention to?
I don't
but
know.
see, that one's a red flag for Hep C. So either you have cirrhosis or Hep C. So they're both bad.
Well, I wish my liver would make up my mind.
Your palms are red.
Uh-oh.
Well, I mean, I'm naturally pink.
Could be due to fatty liver disease. If
Okay.
your palm, I always
Okay.
say that wrong. Palms.
It's palms.
Your sleep schedule's out of whack.
Yo, whoa!
Culprit?
Liver.
Liver
Yeah.
cirrhosis.
I don't know. You're giving the liver an awful lot of
Your
credit
memory's
here.
gotten worse.
What?
No, that's just with age.
What are we talking about? Yes?
You're always tired.
What?
All of these
Uh-oh.
symptoms are worse.
These are just being a person, all of these things.
A person who has to get up at 3 in the morning.
Your appetite's disappeared. That hasn't happened.
No.
You're a man experiencing enlarged breasts.
Uh-oh.
Again.
No, that's just aging.
I'm working on them.
That's just aging.
Your personality's changing.
Shut up.
You bruise easily.
Oh! Look at this.
You have swollen legs and ankles.
No.
No, you're good there?
Yeah.
You feel confused.
About what? Where?
I'm in radio, of course.
What?
You have body pains. This is a list of...
Again, these are all things. This is this is the kind of list that people are complaining about.
These are all things that can happen for any reason.
You're bloated.
What?
Your urine is dark.
It's no.
You're okay with it's
Yeah,
lemonade?
No, it's
Okay.
it's pink.
You can't concentrate. It's pink. That's another problem.
Seems fine to me. It's gaily colored.
You have dry eyes or a dry mouth. All those things, none of those things.
Well,
Again, these are all things that happen to people.
Yeah.
I don't think it has anything to do with cirrhosis.
No, it's.
But it could.
It could.
This is a terrible
It
list.
could also have something to do with
You know
leprosy.
what? I'm going to write an email. Dear Radio from Hell, I hate the lists.
But the liver holds a special place in the heart. You got to.
That's true.
That's what. Yes,
We
it
hope
does.
you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
All right, so let's award round one of your boners.
Oh, yeah. And round one of the boner voting is brought to you in part by some sausages.
And are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons and Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit the store, 6831 South State. Curbside service is available.
Let's see now. We had boner candidate number one, which was, here, boner, come on, boy. Here, boy, here, boy. It's a woman objecting to her neighbor naming his dog Boner. It's not a big deal, ma'am. Well, think about the children. Boner candidate number two, here's a suggestion. Change the name of your restaurant chain. Some people in France have a restaurant chain called House of Poutine. In French, you say Vladimir Putin's name as Vladimir Poutine. So people are giving these restaurants a bad time. I would suggest that they just change the name of their restaurants. And boner candidate number three, because he is the essence of evil, the CEO of Pfizer said Jared Kushner, that's Donald Trump's son-in-law, wanted him to and tried to pressure him to divert vaccine supplies from Canada, Japan, and Latin America to boost the United States COVID shots. Well, let's see how this came out, shall we? The dog one at number 1 got about 100 votes.
Oh, that's good.
But number 2, the poutine restaurant's only 5 votes.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, but the winner, with 148 votes, Jared Kushner.
Now, that's your winner of round 1. It goes forward to Boner Fight. It might be Boner of the Day. We'll see. But you're being called out here via text.
What's that?
This is, the write-in boner is Bill for rigging or loading the candidates. They are lopsided. Of course, Jared will win.
You put him up against easy candidates
he
on
says,
purpose.
He says, no point in voting when the outcome is obvious. And I just replied, the words rigged and loaded makes you think that he did it on purpose. I assure you that much calculation did not factor in.
It sure didn't. I get 6 and I just throw them in there.
No, some days he has 3 really, really good ones, and I'm like, why did you put these all up at the same time? Any one of these is a perfect winner.
It really is mostly the luck of the draw. Every once in a while, let me just look at round 2
But see, people are giving you all this, like you're an evil mastermind when it comes to this,
Let's see. Well, number 3, or round 2, there are 3 pretty solid candidates there.
Okay.
Well, there's one throwaway, kind of. Anyway.
You try to come up with 6 boner candidates a day. It's hard.
It is. You've done it, right?
5 days a week, yeah.
That's and then coming up with the names for them is like, gee.
Well, we'll be talking to our son Kyle coming up here in the next break.
I have a list here.
Do you have a list?
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
This is a list of nice things people do that actually are really irritating. Like they're trying to be nice.
I want to see how many of them you do.
I know I find new and interesting ways to irritate you every day. This one. Holding doors open prematurely. There should be a distance where
because
you
feel like you feel like you have to run.
Yeah. Oh, they're waiting for me.
And sometimes the people who do open the door early stand there and go, "Come on, come on."
Now I know this next one, Carrie and his wife have figured out brilliantly.
Yes.
Saying, whatever you want when it's time to pick a place to go to dinner. That's you think you're being nice, saying, I don't care where we go. It's not nice.
Oh,
it's irritating.
This was the first year of our marriage. This was, save the money on marriage counselors. It's very simple. The next time you're at loggerheads as to where are we going to go eat, you flip a coin. The winner gets it, and then the next time that it comes to go out to eat, the next person gets to pick, and you go back and forth. And then the other person can't be a whiny baby about it because you're a grown-up. You'll find something on the menu that you'll like.
I don't. I often say, "Well, I don't care. Where do you want to go?"
See, that was the problem.
But that sounds like a nice thing to say. But no, it's nicer to say, here's where we're going, and you pick next time.
But I don't really care.
But you kind of do,
see,
I
don't.
Again, if I could play back the tapes for you, Bill. I genuinely did not care where we wanted to go. Genuinely. But that's not the point.
The point is, we're going to sit here and discuss it when we could just have already made the decision and be on our way.
Yes.
Complimenting someone's weight. Now you think, saying, oh, have you lost weight? You look great. That sounds like a nice thing to say. What they're really saying is, I usually think of you as an overweight person, and
you don't look as fat.
Yeah. Pointing out that someone is quiet.
Yeah,
it might seem like a nice thing to say, but there's a reason people are quiet in groups. They might be shy, have anxiety, saying, well, why are you so quiet? Or what's wrong with you? Don't you have anything to add to this conversation? If they have something to say, they will say it.
I don't know why that's weird. I don't know why anybody would say that.
Well, yeah.
I mean, I know they do, but
they do.
How come you're
why,
so quiet?
Why you pointed out, I don't know. But people are dicks, so.
Insisting on giving one something after they say no. Here, have a piece of cake. No, really, I don't want a piece of. No, come on. It's
Gina,
you got to have the piece of cake.
Gina, take the pen.
Take the pen.
Take
Yeah,
the
it is.
pen.
It's take the pen.
The pen.
You know you want it.
If people say no, just say, oh, don't keep pushing on. Interrupting people who are sitting alone. You know,
yeah.
It's maybe they're trying to have some alone time.
Yeah, but maybe they're just one step away from ending it all.
Trauma competitions.
Oh,
so
yeah,
somebody is going
That's
through a
hard.
hard time.
That's hard.
And your hard time, no matter what it is, is very...
But you're trying to relate to them, you know.
Like,
you're saying,
oh, yeah,
I
I've
know.
been there.
I know what it's like, you know.
I've been through divorce.
I think just saying "been there" is fine. It's when you start to lay out your case versus theirs.
Yeah.
It's when
you
start
think
going,
this is bad? Let me.
Yeah.
I can tell you bad. Here's what happened to me.
A simple "I hear you" or "been there" is sufficient. You don't need to go, well, here's the details. Yeah.
By the way, I do all of these.
Announcing people's dietary restrictions. Like you go out to dinner.
She's lactose intolerant.
Or we've probably done this to Katie before. She's a pescatarian. She's not. Let the person say she doesn't eat cheese. I'm capable of ordering for myself. I don't need you announcing to everybody that I don't eat cheese. Giving people directions when you're not really sure.
She doesn't eat cheese, by the way.
You know, someone says, hey, do you know how to get to the bus stop? And you kind of know.
Well, let's see. I think...
yeah, just say you don't know. I'm sorry, I don't know. It's not helpful to sort of give maybe...
Even if it's, I know it's that direction.
Yeah. Unsolicited parenting advice.
Oh, yeah.
You see, you know, a mom struggling with a baby at the park or at a restaurant, or when they're pregnant, giving the... That's one thing if they ask you, you know, how did you handle this?
I always hated it when I was, you know, beating one of my children in public with a stick and somebody told me to stop.
Somebody stepped in?
Yeah.
Setting up your single friends. Now, if they have asked you to do this...
why would you do it otherwise?
Well, because this happens. People are like, we're going to have a group of people over, and so-and-so's single. And then this guy's single, and we're going to invite them both, and we're going to force them to talk to each other, and maybe don't do that.
No.
Is there more to this list? Because I love this list.
It's a good list.
Because we're out of time is the thing.
Oh. Can we do more in like the 9 o'clock hour?
Sure.
Because I have a bunch more.
We can finish
We hope
that
you've
up.
enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
All right, we'll get to that later. Traffic, please.
Let's see if that's something you need to know about. Yes, crash northbound I-15, 13 south on-ramp in Salt Lake. That's affecting the left lane of traffic. And that's about it. Things have been moving pretty well this morning. Enjoy your commute today, because I'm guessing tomorrow is going to be a lot worse. Let me check our message stream. Nope, nobody sent anything there, but you certainly can if you see something. 33986.
Our son Kyle calling in the next break. BigOTires.com. I have no problem giving directions to Big O Tires. The location I go to, because I know right where it is. It's on 33rd South, right across from the comic book store.
I'm sure there's one in your neighborhood, too. They are locally owned. The Big O Tire store is locally owned and operated. And they have the lowest price on every tire every day. But they also, from time to time, they have kind of sales on various brands of tires.
Yeah, they've got one going on right now. You can save up to $100 instantly on select in-stock sets of Cooper, Nitto, and Pirelli brand tires now through March 27th.
You can really trust the team at Big O Tires to take care of your car. So get to know your local Big O Tire store. They do more than just tires. They do batteries and alignments, oil changes, all of that kind of stuff. Big O Tires... well, you'll find one near you just by going to the website, and you can make an appointment online. BigOTires.com. They are the team you trust. I'm really excited to. I was worried about not being able to get fudge from my usual sources, but apparently I can get
Your
fudge
usual
online.
fudge
Well, you know,
source?
I like to go around to holiday boutiques, you know, and buy my Christmas fudge. And,
but since normal fudge tunnels have been closed these years,
that's true. And but apparently I can get my holiday fudge, and I'm hoping Pinoche as well. Online fudge, I think is.
But is it local fudge?
Yes.
Because you want the local fudge. You don't want...
I think there's a way I can get local fudge online. That's what I'm hoping. But you know, I like to go around to the holiday boutiques, and I'll buy some thumbprint cookies, and you know, holiday fudge.
Do you like nuts in your fudge, or are you just straight ahead fudge?
I like corn. I'm sorry.
We're just going to leave you hanging there on that one.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I don't know. That was terrible. I'm sorry.
Going to let you.
There's a body in the street, and we're walking away from it. That's just
nutty fudge. Nutty fudge is okay. Yeah, just don't overdo it with the nuts and the fudge. But I don't understand fudge.
You've been going on and on about it, and you don't get it?
I don't understand it. It's like you're eating a giant square of frosting.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, it's for people who don't like brownies.
You can't eat a lot of fudge. Fudge is like a
it's like that much.
Side tiny.
It's like a mouthful, and that's all you need.
You know, there's fudge in the Biden White House. Yeah. Let's see. Well, I gotta
you mean
find
there
that.
will be because there's not a Biden White House.
Well,
yet.
in the cabinet.
There's the promise of fudge.
There is fudge in the cabinet, in Biden's cabinet.
There's a director or secretary of
Marsha Louise Fudge.
Oh, okay.
She's an American politician. She's in the House of Representatives, but I think she's been asked by Biden to be Agriculture Secretary.
Well, that's perfect. Although fudge isn't something you farm.
Well, in my case, it is.
Well, no, it's mined, isn't it? So,
yeah, got a fudge mine.
Mining for fudge.
Yeah, drill for it sometimes.
The fudge caves.
You can either drill for it or mine for it.
Oh, there's a cave. There's caves.
There are fudge caves. Yeah.
Yes.
Those are very, very rare, but that's natural fudge. It's hard to.
That's the best kind.
Hard to find.
Are we done yet with this?
Well, and you know they have the special containers called fudgeware that they pack it in, and that's all I'm saying.
Now we're walking away from the body that you are in the street.
Mm-hmm.
I'm out.
I make one corn comment.
I'm out.
Mine was a little bit more subtle. All right.
Yeah, sure was.
It was. All right. Okay, is this sponsored, Gina?
Oh, let's just dive right in.
Okay.
There was a boy, a very strange, enchanted boy.
Yes, a strange, enchanted boy. Our son, Kyle Brown. Good morning, Kyle.
Good morning.
Kyle, how are you this week? We talked to you a week ago. You seem to be pretty good. Are you still hanging in there?
I am kind of like that kitten on the edge of the toilet, you know?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Hang in there, baby.
Hang in. But we all know eventually I'll lose my grip and fall into the toilet.
Oh, well,
toilet.
Eventually.
Hang
All
on,
places.
Kyle.
For those of you who don't know, and the reason Kyle's voice is the way it is, he's been diagnosed with ALS, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, which I was just wondering, Kyle, what are the first signs of, how do people know if they have this? What are the first signs of it?
Well, my type is called bulbar, bulbar, and it begins in the mouth, as though you would find yourself having trouble speaking. Very slight at first, and then, boom, you sound like me. The more common ALS is people will start to, drag their foot when they walk or have trouble maybe gripping a glass. So weakness in the extremities.
Kyle, you've been a back off your, you seem to have backed off your phone. You need to speak right into it, okay? You're having a little hard.
Sorry about that.
There, that's good.
There we go. That's
there
better.
you're right there. You're good. Dragging your foot or a weakness in your extremities, and that's the most common sign of it, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's really hard to diagnose.
Yeah, that's
in
what I
fact,
was
we've
gonna
talked
ask.
to Kyle about how he had diagnosis, misdiagnosis, re-diagnosis, trying to figure out what this is.
Are all forms of it hard to diagnose, or just the one you have?
All of them. I read a statistic yesterday that said 20 to 25% of ALS diagnoses are incorrect.
You mean they say you have it and you don't?
Yeah.
I
and
see.
It usually takes 6 months to a year to actually get a diagnosis.
When the doctor finally says you have ALS, and in your case, Mr. Brown, you have bulbar, but whatever form it might be, then what do they do? Do they suggest some regimen of treatment, or do they just say, why don't you just go home and make your final plans?
Oh, man, don't even get me started. Yes, the latter of the two is what they do.
Really?
They literally handed us a book, and which is basically how to die, and send you home and say, we'll see you in 3 months and see how you're doing.
Maybe.
Yeah.
And it sounds to me like that makes you angry that they do that.
It does, because that's lazy. There are, there is not a cure, but there are things that will slow progression. There are treatments that are out there that have reversed ALS, but they don't tell you about these things. And we got, searching and involved with groups that get you more help and more information. But it's frustrating that 90+% of the doctors, they don't even know, or will they even tell you about, because they don't want to give you any kind of hope.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was going to ask you, and you sort of alluded to it there. If you're diagnosed with, finally they say, yes, you have ALS, are there support groups? It sounds like there are.
There are. They're the ones that help you die and have a group to talk about it. And others that, that pass like the acts for ALS, or there are doctors, one in particular, that would tell you the study drugs and say where to get them and how to make them.
Yeah, because if you have a terminal diagnosis, why not try everything out? I mean, it might help, but if it hurts, you're terminal anyway, so why not try everything?
Right.
So have you been doing that?
We have been, yeah, and more are coming that we will be going to the Barrow Institute in Arizona, hopefully here the end of the month. And a group of doctors that are more on the side of let's try everything, and we have some experiments, and I'll be going for Regimen E.
That sounds serious. Regimen E.
Or mysterious.
All right. I don't know what it is, and I don't care. Shove it in me.
Shove it in me.
Well, Kyle, we got to go, but what do you got planned for today? What are you doing today?
I'm dropping off my car at the airport right now that I rent out, and then I'll go home and paint the new house. Oh, joy.
All right,
I think you'd be able to get out of some chores now. Can't you use this as...
Yeah. Oh, I
have
can't
ALS.
do that.
Somebody else do that.
I'm dying. I can't paint the house.
Well, it's how I got my kids. I'm like, look, I'm dying, but I can do it, you lazy SOBs.
All right. Kyle, call us next week. Take care of yourself. What?
Kyle?
Hang on. Let me get this ready. All right, hang on. It's ready now, so let me say it.
Oh, there he goes.
All right. A very strange enchanted boy.
There he is. All right. Talk to you next week, Kyle. Traffic, Gina, please.
Only one accident to tell you about. That's good news. Northbound I-15 13 South on-ramp in Salt Lake. The left lane is closed there. Let me check our message stream, see if anybody sent any traffic updates there. No, but you can do that. It's helpful when you let us know what you're seeing out there on the roads. Only if it's safe for you to text, of course, 33986.
Boners round 2 coming up. Here are the candidates that you'll consider this round. Number 1, oh, come on. He had a vaccination sticker on his car. Boner candidate number 2, what now? Oh, don't vaccinate them. The hell you say? And boner candidate number 3, this is certainly a valid reason to rob 6 banks.
All right, Boners round 2 coming up after these. Stand by for all of that. The International Sportsman's Expo.
Indeed, the International Sportsman's Expo. Now, if you want to find out about tickets and all of that, and specifically in more detail the things that they'll have at the expo, you can go to sportsexpos.com. But the International Sportsman's Expo will be next weekend, March 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th, and it's at the Mountain America Expo Center in Sandy. So if you camp, if you fish, if you hunt, if you do any kind of outdoor fun.
I need an outboard motor and an ice axe.
You can
Indeed.
get that there.
Yes, indeed. You can find them at the International Sportsman's Expo. Now, it's not necessarily just to buy stuff. It's to see how maybe some of the newest products and things that you might want to buy in the future. So it's the International Sportsman's Expo, Mountain America Expo Center in Sandy. You can go to sportsexpos.com for more.
I've just been meaning to ask you, Gina, the last 3 days, and I forgot. Well, the last 2 days.
What?
So you went to collect your daughter at camp.
Yes.
On Saturday, I think it was.
Friday.
And we'd had some discussion last week about the letters, and you had written a letter to her, a daily letter that she took with her.
Yes.
And you instructed her to open one a day.
Yes.
And being the good little girl she
Yes.
is, I'm sure that's exactly the way she did it.
Yes.
Whereas when I was a little kid, when I'd gotten to camp, I would just want to open them all.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to read them all. And then she was incommunicado
for a week.
For really 7 days? Was it 7 days?
Sunday to Friday.
Yeah, okay. And so the only communication that you could have with her would be a letter that she would send you.
Right.
And you kept waiting for the letter and waiting for the letter. And I said, you're not going to get the letter until after you pick her up. Have you received, as you went to get her and collected her tear-stained pillow and all of the soiled bedding and everything? And
she did very well, actually, at camp.
Well, I'm sure she did, but
I'm saying there wasn't a tear-stained pillow.
I joke.
I know. As I got home with her after we picked it up, it was in the mailbox.
As I thought.
Yes.
And was the letter tear-stained?
No.
Was it very detailed?
Yes.
What did she write it the first day, or did she just write it, like the day before you?
And then express it.
She wrote it halfway through, and she said, "Next year I know to write it earlier in the week."
But there you go. It might have gotten to you.
Mm-hmm. But it was a happy letter. I'm having a great time. And she said, I knew you would ask, Mom. The food is great, is what the letter said.
Food is great.
I knew you would ask.
And then she had no trouble finding an owl to deliver it.
No, came right to the.
Right.
She's very, very methodical in her thinking. She said, I sent it on Wednesday. I should send it earlier next time, but I should at least wait a day till I've done something to write about. So she's figuring out the best day to send it. It's probably Tuesday, and then I would get it. But she did great. She wants to go back. So
she did the rope swing. She swam in the lake. She went canoeing. Killed a bear.
No.
None of that?
No.
What do they do? What do they sit around and sew?
They made bread.
That's not camp. You go out. You got to go out and kill squirrels and play capture the flag at night, and then kids get lost in the woods.
At the very least, play with the fire.
Yeah, roast no fire.
Poking a stick in it?
No.
They made bread. They had morning meditation.
What?
Sissy camp. We did yoga, Mom.
She loved it. That's all that matters.
Sissy camp.
Okay. Okay, 8:19 right now. We okay? Everybody all right?
Uh-huh.
All right.
Yes.
Round 2 of your boners now. Presenting 3 news stories. These will be examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your votes of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and get that chance to become Boner of the Day. Winning here secures it a spot in Boner Dome, ensures it will go up against the winner of round 1. Good candidate. So that's why in round 2, it's important to vote strategically here. Pick between these 3 proper ones so that we have a really good Boner Fight at 9:20, because that's when Boner of the Day happens. That's when you'll vote for it. So here we go, round 2. Send one of these forward. 2 candidates now, a third coming up. Once you've heard all 3, then you'll vote. One of you lucky random Boner voters will receive
tickets to see Rise Against live at the Complex this July 26th. And you can find out more about that show by going to x96.com.
Boner candidate number 1. Oh, come on. He had a vaccination sticker on his car. What was I supposed to do? Come on. Albuquerque, New Mexico police say that 33-year-old Christina Blair pulled a gun on a fellow motorist because a bumper sticker on his car stated that he had been vaccinated. According to a report posted in the Smoking Gun, Gabriel Chavez was driving ahead of Ms. Blair, who saw the sticker and began blowing her horn and cursing at him. Mr. Chavez said he waved for Blair to go around him, not realizing really what she was doing. But instead, she caught up to his vehicle at a red light and threw an empty water bottle at his car. According to Chavez, he then tried pulling away from the extremely irate woman. He inadvertently put his vehicle in reverse and backed into her car. The pair then pulled into a parking lot at the Walgreen there. Now, Mr. Chavez was assuming, okay, we'll exchange insurance numbers.
Like a normal person.
Yeah, that's when Ms. Blair reached into her car and got out a gun.
Oh, boy.
Which she cocked as if she were going to fire. Mr. Blair told police, or Ms. Blair told police, she was fearful that Chavez was going to, do something to her because she had been, angry with him.
If you are an anti-vaxxer, I would like you to ask yourself, do you ever hear stories in the reverse of this? Somebody with an anti-vax sticker on their car and a person who's pro-vaccination throwing things at them and yelling at them and getting in fights and pulling out a gun. Isn't it interesting that you never hear about that?
There are video from the security cameras at the Walgreen which show that Christina Blair had an opportunity to leave the area in her vehicle and didn't take it. She reached into her car, she pulled out the gun, and as the cop put it, racked the slide.
Yep, brandishing.
As though she was going to fire it. A district judge said that Blair is a dangerous person and ordered her to remain in jail.
Yeah.
Boner candidate number 1. Oh, come on. He had a vaccinated sticker on his car. What was I supposed to do?
Just let it go? When I see bumper stickers like that, I just kind of shake my head, but I don't throw things at their car.
Boner candidate number 2. What now? What? Don't vaccinate them, you say? Okay. Florida Surgeon General.
This guy is
horrible.
He's nuts.
Dr. Joseph Ladapo has declared the state will issue guidance urging parents not to vaccinate their children against COVID. Health experts and officials were quick to highlight, experts. Sorry, Mike Lee.
The tyranny of expertise.
They were quick to highlight the dangers of such a policy for individuals and for the country at large. Dr. Paul Offit, director of the Vaccination Education Center at Children's Hospital in Philadelphia, said that Ladapo, that's the Surgeon General in Florida, his statement is wholly irresponsible, completely unsupported. Although it is true that children are less likely to be infected, and it is true that children are less likely to be severely infected, they can still be infected, and they still can be severely infected. Offit said, coronavirus cases and hospitalization have been going down, but in children, the cases have still been very serious. But the Surgeon General of Florida says you don't vaccinate your kids.
Surgeon General of Florida, who is a known grifter, handpicked by Ron DeSantis. Ron DeSantis, who is more than likely going to be running for the nominee for GOP as president of the United States.
Well, maybe he'll make Latipo his Surgeon General of the country.
He
That'd
would.
be great.
He would.
Here's boner candidate number 3 coming up in a minute. Well, this is certainly a valid reason to rob 6 banks.
All right. Boner candidate number 3 for round 2 coming up in a bit here.
Have you been wondering
Yes.
what's going to happen with Bill Cosby?
What is the deal?
I mean, he got out of jail. Have you been wondering what's going to happen with all that?
I wondered why he got out. Well, then I read, but...
well, I'll tell you about it here.
Yeah,
I've been wondering about what it's like for a baby whale to go on a magical journey to discover the incredible world of ocean currents, meet curious creatures along the way, see how the ocean nurtures all life on Earth, now playing at Clark Planetarium at the Gateway.
Bill Cosby is, after being convicted on 2 sex crimes, he was released from prison. He served a bit of time, but then a new judge came in and looked at the case and said, well, I don't think he should be in prison.
Well,
so
it was some sort of technicality that got him out. Yeah.
It wasn't even that. It was the judge saying, I think the case was mishandled. And it was just a different opinion, that's all. It's just ridiculous that you can do that with the judicial system. But anyway, he's out. And so the Supreme Court looked at it, and they said, that's okay, he can stay out. He's not going to serve any more
No,
time.
he won't ever go back.
No?
That ship has sailed.
It's done. Unless maybe he'll do something else.
I don't think he's mostly blind and infirm. I don't think he's gonna do anything else. Watch that Cosby documentary.
Wow.
Yeah, it's good.
It's powerful.
The saddest song of all time.
Ooh.
Okay.
Okay.
It's been determined. Let's see, who decided that this was... so the absolute saddest song of all time, according to a recent survey of 2,000 adults, 1992, REM, Everybody Hurts.
That makes sense.
The saddest song.
I want to hear Everybody Hurts.
Followed by, almost as sad, Nothing Compares to You from Sinead O'Connor.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's a good one.
Followed by, in number 3, Eric Clapton, Tears in Heaven.
That one's sad because if you know why he wrote that.
Well,
that's why.
Even if you didn't know it, it's still, the lyrics are still pretty sad, but it's because his kid fell out of a window.
Mm-hmm.
And no, I'm getting a text here. No, the saddest song isn't On Top of Old Spaghetti. It's not.
All covered with cheese?
Well, he lost his poor meatball.
Somebody
sneezed.
Yeah. That is
so
sad.
That is sad, but
and it's about meatballs too.
And you know my favorite Star Trek themed punk rock band. I say my favorite because there are many. Warp 11 has a song called "The Saddest Song Ever" about Star Trek. So that's a sad song too.
A shooting outside of a high school in Des Moines yesterday left a 15-year-old boy dead and 2 other kids in critical condition in what appeared to have been a drive-by attack of some sort. They're studying COVID, of course, all the time. They're studying its effects on people because it has odd and different effects on different people. Well, now they're looking at it and saying COVID-19 may cause brain damage, gray matter tissue damage that naturally would occur in people who have not been infected with the virus but are just getting older. But it seems to be hastening that process. The study published in the Journal of Nature is believed to be the first involving people who underwent brain scans before they had contracted COVID and then months after. Neurological experts who were not involved in the research said it was valuable and unique as they looked at the results of the research, but they cautioned that the implications of the changes are unclear. That doesn't necessarily suggest that if you have COVID, you might have lasting brain damage. There are indications, but no direct cause, at least at this point. Putin's days are numbered. That's according to Alexander Vindman. Vindman is you remember him?
Oh, yeah, Ukraine.
Oh, yeah, he got fired by Trump.
Yeah, he and his twin brother, both generals, both respected military men, they came to the United States from Ukraine. Their father brought them here.
As kids, they were like 10 years old.
To get away from at that time Russia had a great control over Ukraine, and so their father said, "We got to get out of here." They came here. They were very successful. Both Alexander Vindman and his brother, his twin brother, were both highly decorated military men.
Oh yeah.
Alexander Vindman was on the National Security Council, and he raised concerns about Trump's phone call with Zelensky.
I need you to do a favor for me before I give you those Stinger missiles.
He was listening to the phone call. Vindman was listening to the phone call, and that's general. That's protocol for any presidential phone call. There are people listening in on the phone call,
taking notes.
Yeah. So Vindman heard the phone call, and he said, "I knew immediately that this was illegal, and so what he was saying was against the law. But now he says it's hard for me to watch what Putin is doing to my people in Ukraine, or it said I still think of it as my homeland. I also think about my mother's grave in Kyiv and my other relatives buried there. Will I ever be able to visit their graves and lay flowers on them? Will anything be left? I am not sure. But his overall assessment of the war, he says that this is not going to go well for Putin in the long run.
I hope he's right.
He's predicting. I mean, it's not going to be pretty for a while, but this will be Putin's downfall. Completely.
I hope he's right.
Beef jerky. You like beef jerky?
Well, yeah.
Well, if you have some beef jerky of a certain brand, you better turn it in because it's got this listeria.
Well, maybe you better tell us what certain brand. Just saying a certain brand isn't helpful. What brand is it?
Well, I'm going to. I was pausing there to see if you had a smart-ass comment to make, but you're just urging me to tell people the brand, so I will. Now, this has been shipped all around the country. It was made by Boyd Specialties. It is Arrow's Native Foods, Classy Cow beef jerky. I'm not going to eat any meat product called Classy Cow. It personifies the animal too much. And Old South beef jerky. They all may be contaminated. They are likely contaminated with listeria, and if you get the listeria, it can make you really sick, and if you're immunocompromised, it'll kill you. It can cause convulsions. But I don't know, some people may want to eat it because it also causes weight loss, so it's kind of an extreme way.
That's a classy cow.
Classy cow. And finally this. A doctor, now this is a doctor on TikTok.
Well, okay.
But apparently he's a doctor.
Yeah, you can say that.
Says, how do you relieve stress after a long day?
Well,
this doctor claims that if you put ice on your chest, and particularly if you are a woman and put it between your breasts, he's saying this is both for men and women, I guess. Put ice
between your breasts, men?
Yeah. Well, men have breasts, and that's, the sternum is between them. So he says if you put ice between your breasts, it can work wonders when it comes to getting a restful night's sleep.
Yeah,
But it'll melt.
I think you'd be too
You'll
wet.
be all wet.
Yeah. This is. He calls
What about
himself.
an ice pack? What about a
Wrap some ice in some cloth and hold it in place for 15 minutes.
Oh,
and then go to bed.
He says he's a doctor.
Yeah, he's a motivational doctor.
What is that?
He's a motivational doctor on TikTok.
Yeah, where do you get a degree in motivational doctoring?
On TikTok.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Wait a minute. I need this on my business card because if he can just say it, certainly I can.
Of course you can. It's like me. I'm a self-certified life coach. You know.
All right. Sports, weather, traffic.
Storage Wars. We were just talking about that with Bill Frost yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Star Renee Nazoda scored big on his latest find. I asked Bill Frost, do they ever find anything in these storage wars? Someone has unearthed tons of memorabilia belonging to Olympic legend Florence Griffith Joyner, FloJo. So FloJo died in 1998. She had a fatal epileptic seizure in her sleep, and apparently her family paid bills for a storage rental unit for years, but for some reason stopped paying the bills. This storage unit was full of rare photos, magazines, FloJo Barbie dolls, all kinds of stuff that her family. Why would it be in a storage unit? Why wouldn't they have it, displayed at their?
Well, maybe
homes
there's
or
too much of it. They've already got a bunch of it displayed.
Now, here's the part I don't understand. It says the FloJo Locker Hall will not be featured on season 14 of Storage Wars. What? This is the kind of thing you are excited about finding. Why would it not be featured?
I think you're reading a press release is why. Hey, here's a story about storage. And watch our latest season of Storage Wars.
Why wouldn't they show it?
No, they will. It's the season has probably already been filmed.
Oh, this will be for the next season.
Yeah.
Anyway, the Jazz lost last night. It was an ugly game. It was people were not nice. There was lying.
Oh,
there
really?
was flailing. It was not nice. And the Jazz lost to Dallas. Their next game will be tomorrow against the Portland Trail Blazers. That game is at 8 p.m. Let's see, weather. So you've got a brief lull before this next snowstorm expected to hit, and it's going to hit hard. Storm moves in Tuesday and Wednesday. Salt Lake City can expect 3 to 7 more inches and get very, very cold. Temperatures are going to drop. Up in the mountains, they say they could get 20 inches of snow, so quite a bit, and quite a bit colder. Traffic has been fairly light today. Let me refresh this, make sure that nothing else has happened in the last few minutes that I need to tell you about. Crash eastbound SR 164, that's 80th South and 16th West in Spanish Fork. Vehicles are on the right shoulder there, not causing too many delays for folks leaving I-15. Crash on the on-ramp from 13 South to I-15 northbound in Salt Lake. It's blocking the left lane of the ramp. And let me check our message stream, see if friends of the program have sent in anything there. Nope, but if you see something, please feel free to let us know, 33986.
All right, we've got boner candidate number 3 now. Here it is. This is certainly a valid reason to rob 6 banks. A Phoenix man has been sentenced to 12 years in prison. Why did he get prison for this? After robbing 6 Arizona banks, he told authorities, and this is a valid reason to rob these banks. He told authorities that he owed a debt to the Mexican cartel.
I've seen this TV show.
The U.S. Attorney's Office in Arizona said Jeffrey Patterson was sentenced to 155 months in prison and 3 years of supervised release after pleading guilty to 3 charges: bank robbery, armed bank robbery, and brandishing a firearm. The 45-year-old man was arrested after he was caught robbing a Chase Bank in Cave Creek, Arizona. During one of the robberies, Patterson allegedly gave the teller a note that said, "I owe $9,300 to the Mexican cartel." They want it tomorrow, or my wife and son will die. This is not a game, and I'm desperate. I need it now. Loose bills, no bands, no die packs. If they don't get the money, everyone will die. Please help me. Sound the alarm after I leave. Once I deliver the money, I will turn myself in. I just want to save my family. The money now. You have 20 seconds of me staying nice, and then I get... This is way too long, a bank holdup note. But
should be 3 sentences or less. That's all you need in a bank holdup.
I don't know why he's getting prison time. Seemed like a perfectly valid reason to rob 6 banks.
All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. Oh, come on. He had an I'm vaccinated sticker on his car. A woman who was enraged by the sticker on a man's car that said he'd been vaccinated pulled a gun on him. Boner candidate number 2. What now? Don't vaccinate them? The hell you say? I think he's not the Attorney General or Surgeon General yet. No, he is. He's now the Surgeon General of Florida. Dr. Joseph Ladapo he says, I'm going to release guidelines which tell parents they don't have to vaccinate their children. That's one of those experts that Mike Lee is.
The tyranny of expertise.
Boner candidate number 3. This is certainly a valid reason to rob 6 banks.
Okay, you've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one should go forward to Boner fight and get that chance to become Boner of the Day? Winning here makes it the winner of round 2, secures it a spot in Boner Dome, ensures it will go up against the winner of round 1's voting, which we did already. Both of those champions will face off in the Boner Dome at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll vote for Boner of the Day for today. So right now, send one of these 3 forward to glorious battle, 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text. Then you text that to 33986. Pretty easy. You can also call the producer's booth in Salt Lake, 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting, March 8, 2022, and vote there. You have only until the end of these messages. Mayor Ramona Don Criddle coming up after this as well, X96.
Mark Ronson featuring Bruno Mars.
Okay.
Owing a considerable amount of money to the James Brown estate and the Rick James estate.
I would say.
I requested that this morning.
I like that.
Pretty tasty, I must say.
I'm not a Bruno Mars fan.
I'm gonna make you one.
No, I don't think so. I think it's Mark Ronson.
No,
No, I can tell you it's Bruno Mars, and here's why.
Why?
Because it rips off a lot of stuff.
Not ripped. Inspired
and
by.
I'm not saying it in a bad way.
Yeah, you're right.
You know,
it's probably so. It's Bruno Mars sounding as much as he can like somebody else.
Somebody else. Yeah.
But it was enjoyable.
It was. Normally, I don't.
I'm glad that somebody is still making that kind of music.
Exactly.
So that makes me happy.
Yeah, I mean,
because I do love that kind of music.
Beck had to do it a few years ago.
Yeah,
which was kind of odd, but so are you okay, Gina?
I got my song request. I'm great. Why?
Oh, okay. Is that I guess that's what it was. You usually you have a greeting for me.
I had my headphones on. I was uptown funky. I had no time for you.
Gina's got so much funk.
I don't. That's why I have to add it to my life.
I've seen her. I've seen her dance. She's got the. See, I don't dance. Because
better.
Because I know I look silly. I know I look like a white guy. I have to be really, really, really drunk.
And you probably haven't even done that in a long time.
Been a really long time.
There are mornings when we're playing a song.
Oh, do I do it and not realize I'm doing it?
And we've been meaning to have an intervention.
Do I sometimes dance and I don't realize I'm dancing?
Sometimes you air guitar.
Do I?
Yeah.
And I don't know I'm doing it.
And air drum. And
that's terrible.
Yeah.
The last time I remember dancing, I believe, what was that band that used to play at all like Green Street, and I want to say, they were like Solid Groove or Solid Gold or
I don't know.
And they, and they put
the
on
Disco
the wig.
Drippers?
Disco Drippers. There we go. The Disco Drippers. And I remember when at Trolley Square, when Green Street was there, and it was the middle of summer, and they would have cordon off part of the parking lot there, and you could just go out there and dance.
Right.
And I believe the Disco Drippers were there.
Quite possibly.
And I remember dancing there and taking off most of my clothing.
Really?
Yeah. It was.
You were having a good time.
I was indeed having a great time. I was down to a shirt and boxer shorts.
Really?
Yeah. And dancing to the Disco Drippers. I think our salesman, the guy who later became our salesman, was singing with the Disco Drippers at that time. Scott.
He was with the band at the time.
Scott, what's his name?
Yeah.
Yep. Took off most of my clothing. I was dancing with a.
I don't know how I missed that.
I was dancing. Well, you weren't there. That's how. You weren't invited.
But you'd think that word would have got out. Bill's over there.
No, I was with my actor friends.
Oh,
I do need to be drunk to dance, but I do it more often than that. I was a wedding in Idaho was the last time.
Oh, I think I remember you talking about that.
Yeah.
Well,
there's video evidence of this, and it's a bad thing.
Well, let's face it. I have seen people, white people that dance well, but we are not among them. I think no, not among them.
And I think you get a pass at a wedding. I don't think anyone's gonna. Yeah, because
I often make passes at people at weddings.
All right, time to award round 2 of your boner.
And that is brought to you in part by a brownie.
Ooh.
I love a brownie.
A fudgy brownie.
And are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons & Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit the store. 6831 South State. Curbside service is available.
Well, first of all, I would tell you that Jason won the Rise Against tickets. Just being a random boner voter. It's as simple as that.
Nice.
We had good voting for boner candidate number 1. That was the guy had the I'm vaccinated sticker on his car, and the woman who threatened him with a gun because of that. Not very many people seem to I thought it was a perfectly fine boner candidate. The guy who robbed 6 banks said he had to pay off the cartel, but the winner getting the most, the lion's share of votes by about 30 votes. Boner candidate number 2, the Surgeon General of Florida, issuing a proclamation. You don't have to vaccinate your kids. Just don't worry about it.
He's a nut. And he is now the winner of round two. Round two, sending him forward to face off against the winner of round one. You'll decide boner of the day between those two candidates at 9:20 this morning. That's when boner fight happens. All right, Utah. Well, it's not necessarily Utah word of the day. It's the mayor of Mona and his second State of the City address.
There are lots of Utah words in it, I would say.
And is it brought to you by?
Yeah, locally owned Young Automotive Group has over 8 different brands across 6 automotive and power sport dealerships. Check out the variety online at youngautomotivegroup.com. Think Young, think Ogden.
It's often said that people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah word of the day, and today's word is...
Well, it occurs to me that we need a separate intro produced for segments such as this one. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for reasons which will be explained later, here's the mayor of Mona, Utah, with his second State of the City address.
Good morning, folks, and otherwise fine citizens of Mona, Utah. Good morning to the Mona City Council members who have gathered here this morning to hear my second annual report, which I'm doing because of the complaints that the first one wasn't complete enough. I'm your mayor, the Mayor of Mona, Don Criddle. And as Mayor of Mona, it is my civil duty to address you all once a year, or twice a year if you don't like the first one, and to report on the condition of our fair city, Mona, Utah, the city of which I, Don Criddle, am mayor of. And this is my second annual State of the City address.
Don't forget to talk about me, Daddy. I'm here with you, so make sure you talk about me as well.
'Tis true. I have brung my young son, Denver.
Denver Criddle, son of Mayor of Mona, Don Criddle.
'Tis true. I have brung Denver, who will talk about the state of the city of Mona, Utah, as it pertains and otherwise relates to the young folk of our city, Mona, Utah.
That's right. The State of City address this time is multi-generational. That's Latin. It means multi-generations, or more than one generation. And I'm going to address one of them generations today, the young one.
That's right, because as you know, Mona, Utah, has a big diversity of white folks living here. There's men and women and children and horses, and we got dogs and cats. And part of that is our Chinese restaurant, which is owned by the Christiansen family. They all are threads in the beautiful tapestry of Mona, Utah. Oh, and we have a Flying J, too, but some folks who live in Nephi, they come over and they run that. Now, as your mayor, the Mayor of Mona, Don Criddle, I am pleased to tell you that the state of Mona, and by state I mean condition, you know, the way things are in Mona is good. Some might say real good. And the budget is very nearly balanced now.
So does that mean you figured out how to stop the money leak, Daddy?
Denver!
Did you ever find out who put a hole in the city's money boat where the tax money would slowly drip, drip, drip into someone else's pocket?
That is enough, Denver.
I know that you were sure that Eldon Whitlow was the one responsible for the shortages, right, Daddy?
Denver! Mr. Whitlow has been the finest city manager Mona has ever had. I'm sorry, Eldon.
And he has a real nice new car, too.
Denver, why don't you just give a report on how Mona young folk are doing in our fair city?
We're doing good, Daddy. It's winter, and we can't swim in the pond. So a bunch of us are learning to smoke.
Denver!
No, I'm sorry. Did I say I meant ski. Yeah. A bunch of us kids are learning to ski. We got lessons out on the hill in the cemetery, so I'd say the kids of Mona are doing good. The kids are all right.
Well, there you have it, folks. Enough is enough. I think you can see why around these ports we say Mona, Utah. So why not?
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah Word of the Day.
There you go.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry about that.
So there you go.
Sorry. I know.
I'm glad we do this on Tuesdays because I know we have Tuesday Tunes with Todd coming up, and I know it's one of Todd's favorite things that we do. So I think he enjoyed that, if nobody else did.
Well, I say if there's one person who appreciates you, you're doing okay.
Traffic,
and I mean just okay.
Just okay.
Traffic, please.
Traffic is okay. Speaking of things that are okay, the only accident that UDOT's reporting is one eastbound SR 164, that's 80th South and 16th West, down to Spanish. Vehicles are on the right shoulder, not causing too many delays for folks leaving I-15, and that's the only thing that UDOT's saying, and you ain't saying nothing either, so I'm guessing things are fine out there. If things aren't fine, you can always text us about how not fine they are, 33986.
All right. We'll take a break. We'll be back. Tuesday Tunes with Todd coming up after these, and Boner Fight is on the way, all of that and more. BigOTires.com.
Oh, man, Big O Tires, they are the best. I like going in there. I go to the one on 2nd East and South Temple, and I don't, this is really true. I know it sounds like a joke. I love the smell of vulcanized rubber. And when you walk in there, it's just a unique smell. I love it. But I've used Big O Tires on my car for forever. And they're having a really good sale on some tires right now, right, Gina?
That is right. I do know that they are. I am aware that they are having a really big sale. There it is. Let's see. Coming today, save up to $100 instantly on select in-stock sets of Cooper, Nitto, and Pirelli brand tires, going on now through March 27th.
And, of course, Big O Tires, they say they have the lowest price on every tire every day. You can find a Big O Tire store near you and make an appointment online. They're the team you trust. Go to BigOTires.com.
So when is Seymour coming? Well, he said he'd be here now. He says he's got some real good stuff for us, stuff that's going to make us some dough.
None of his ideas have panned out so far. You said hiring a personal manager to get us some outside projects would be a good thing.
I know.
You said that we'd start making some extra money.
I know.
Nothing so far, partner. Nil. Nothing. We haven't seen a dime.
Well, Seymour says we're too picky. Says we have to bend a little bit. That's got to be him. Come on in, Seymour.
Hey, that's pretty good. How did you know it was me?
Well, you said you'd be here at this time, and no one else ever visits us.
Yeah, and I could smell your Aqua Velva through the door.
Ah, powerful, ain't it? I love Aqua Velva.
So, Seymour, what kind of stuff have you got for us?
Well, first off, let me tell you, everybody wants a piece of your asses. Radio from Hell is hot right now. Hot! It's positively volcanic. Now, I can get you two volcanic gods a personal appearance fee to MC the grand opening of a new artificial limb store at a strip mall in downtown Nephi.
How much? How much money?
Well, no money. I got your trade for this one. You guys can take your pick of any partial orthopedic appliance you like. If you need full limbs, they want to charge you a little, like cost or something.
Well, I think I can speak for Bill when I say we pass.
Carrie, could we just put this one on hold? I need to speak with Aunt Esther and see if Uncle Clyde's hook is still busted.
All right, that's a maybe. I'll put this one on the maybe pile. Okay, here's the next offer. A big pharmaceutical concern in Santa Quinn.
Utah?
Yeah, Utah. This pharmaceutical company has a brand new hemorrhoid ointment, and they want you boys to be the spokesman. Now, before you say anything, just listen to some ad copy I was formulating in my head as I rode over here on the bus. Hi, we're Carrie and Bill, and being DJs, we spend most of the day sitting on our asses. Boy, do we know about hemorrhoids. Something, 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 vamp, vamp, vamp. So get rid of your hemorrhoids right away with Roid Away.
Roid Away?
Let me guess. No money for this one either? I think I speak for Bill when I say we will not endorse Roydaway for trade. Tell Roydaway to take their proposal and shove it up there.
No, hold on, Kerry. I've been kind of inflamed lately.
It's on the maybe pile. Here's the next deal. The mighty Morphin Hell Rangers. You two can morph from yourselves into these guys wearing tight leather outfits and football helmets.
Absolutely not. Look at Bill's gut. Do we want our fans to see that gut in tight leather? I think I speak for Bill when I say...
Wait, Kerry. Hey, Seymour, is it pink leather? I just love pink leather.
On the maybe pile. Finally this. You guys know them little Looney Tune kids cartoons, Teeny Toons or whatever?
Yeah.
Very popular. Little Bobby? Huge. Muppet Babies? The biggest. Well, picture this. Kerry and Bill cartoons with the two of you as little baby DJs getting into all kinds of radio adventures at a grown-ups radio station. It's called Hell Babies. What do you say?
I want to turn this down, but before I do, let me ask Bill. What do you think?
Seymour, would only my cartoon wear a diaper, or could I get to really wear a diaper sometimes?
On the maybe pile.
Maybe pile. Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Okay, it is, it's 9:01. We have plenty of time here. I mean...
No pee breaks, people, no pee breaks.
Oh, wait. It's...
I thought... I was...
turns retard on X96. Read for Pal.
I was going to take a break. Well, okay.
No break for you.
No pee breaks, people, no pee breaks.
Well, is Todd even here?
Yeah. He's right there.
I'm right here, Bill.
There you are.
Wait.
Oh, hi, Todd. Hi.
Now, before we get into the tune and all that, I have to. You were talking about the smell of new vulcanized rubber new tires at the Big O.
Yeah.
A minute ago, and I also love that. And this is a true thing. I was at a Big O once getting tires, and the smell was so good, and there was no one around. And I'm like, I kind of want to bite like a fresh new tire, so I just pinged right into the tread. It was just gloriously satisfying in the weirdest way. I don't know.
Todd Newcomb, a tire biter. You are a tire biter.
Tire lover.
Tire biter.
I have a tire biting fetish. I don't know.
I hope you didn't damage the tire. No, those are good solid tires at Big O.
Oh yeah, they sprung right back, but it was kind of fun.
Todd is the program
director.
In
common with my dogs.
They like to chase and bite tires as well.
Oh yeah.
Todd is the program director here at X96, and I think after hearing that, you're wondering why.
Mm-hmm.
But he is, and he's brought us a song. He's responsible for all the songs we got on the radio, and he's bringing us a special one right now, right?
This one. So Coldplay put out an album back in October, and they had a single from it. And they put out they did like a song with that boy band BTS. It was just like I don't know what the hell's up with that. But another track on this album that they're kind of working now, that they've got a video and whatever, it's called People of the Pride. And this is more down the sort of line that Coldplay normally follows. It rocks just a little bit, for Coldplay. And I kind of like it. So I thought I would feature it this morning.
All right.
It's called People of the Pride.
People of the Pride. Is this from what's the name of the album? Do you remember?
The album it came out October. It is called Music of the Spheres.
Music of the Spheres. How very Coldplay.
This is so very Coldplay of you, Coldplay.
All right, so here it is. Tuesday Tunes with Todd, Coldplay, People of the Pride, X96.
Deli. Deli. Spell it with me now. D-E-L-I. And now we'll use it in some dialogue with LeVar and his friend Elder LeGrand R. Dunn Jr. It's Sunday, and LeVar has come over to his friend LeGrand's home to see why Elder Dunn is not in church. Again, the word is deli. Let's listen.
Come in.
Oh, there you are, LeGrand. Home all alone in front of the TV on Sunday. I know, I can see the church parking lot from my trailer home, and when I saw your minivan pull up for the meeting, and your wife Midge and all the little Dunn kids pile out without their daddy, I figured something was up. Something is up, isn't it, LeGrand? It ain't like you to miss church. How come you ain't there?
Well, I ain't feeling well, LeVar. I spent the night working up my guts. I had stuff running out of both ends, LeVar. I ain't been up to snuff for the past few months, as a matter of fact. I don't know what is in me, but it ain't fun.
So that's why you ain't in church, huh? Of course, the fact that your favorite team, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, is playing them red-hot Arizona Cardinals today don't have nothing to do with it, does it?
No, it don't. I really am sick. I'm just starting to feel a little bit better right now. My stomach is almost settled.
Oh, looky there. Buddy Ryan is yelling at one of his players. Oh, yuck. Here. Aim for the bucket. Oh, you are a mess, LeGrand. A real mess.
I need for you to do me a favor, LeVar.
What?
I need you to go to the Circle K and get me some 7-Up. And if you would you just make me up some nice warm milk toast? I need to eat, but it has to be something mild, like milk toast.
Who do you think I am, your wife? Hey, why ain't she here?
She had the lesson in Relief Society today. Oh, I'm sick.
Look, you got to start taking your vitamins, LeGrand. You need to take your vitamin C. You need to take your sulfur pills. You need your cat fur oil. You need your seaweed and plenty of that crab shell calcium and ragweed. You need to take all that stuff on a daily basis.
Every day?
Every day.
I need to take that stuff daily?
Yep, a good handful of vitamins on a daily basis.
I know you don't hardly ever get sick, LeVar. You take all them things daily?
Well, that stuff don't work on me like it works on most people. I just try to drink a pint of cheap rum every day. Yep, pint of rot gut hooch deli does the trick for me.
I don't disagree.
No,
I
Todd
don't disagree with
Todd
that.
knows what I'm saying. Yeah, that's Coldplay, but it was leaning in the Muse direction there for a bit. Yeah.
I hope they didn't hurt themselves. It sounds like they could have injured themselves.
Are you okay, Chris Martin?
I got a blister on my guitar finger.
No, I'm not. Me calling Coldplay Muse that's not a diss, actually.
No. I mean,
I'm glad.
You're right, because that was exactly the first when they played that to me for the first time. I'm like, God, this sounds like a new Coldplay song.
A
new Muse song. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So that was Coldplay. Make no mistake. People of the Pride was the name of the song.
Now we're all confused.
What was the album name? I wrote it down, but I can't read my own writing. Something of the Spheres?
Of the Spheres. Music of the Spheres.
Oh, Music of the Spheres.
Well, thank you.
I enjoyed it.
Bill, thanks.
I enjoyed it, Todd.
That's good.
Yeah, that's cool.
So what, anything new coming up with our 30th anniversary celebration? Anything you can share with us? Or
Not yet. We're working on a couple of things. I was hoping to maybe have something this weekend, but we're getting there. So
Stay tuned, right?
Secrets.
Stay tuned, kids.
Secrets.
Don't touch that dial.
That
All
means
your
that means they haven't. That means they haven't thought about it for a while.
Secrets for the 30th anniversary coming up. All right. Well, thank you very much, Todd. Coldplay, People of the Pride, from Music of the Spheres. I liked it. Thank you, Todd. We'll see you at the meeting, I guess.
Oh, I can't wait.
Okay.
I know you can't, so.
Tuesday turns with Todd on X96. Fit for Pal.
Start
I'll
doing
be I'll be attending the meeting while I'm driving to the farm. We got well trouble.
Trouble at the
Did a
well.
boy fall down the well and clog it up?
See this this dog came to the house and was barking at me.
Jimmy, he fell down the well.
No, there. You turn on the faucet and no water comes out, and it reminded me of a scene in the movie Baby Boom with Diane Keaton.
Oh, immediately.
She
I never even heard of that movie.
Me neither.
She buys a farm. She's a high-powered ad exec, and she's gonna leave that all behind. And she buys a farm in upstate Vermont.
It's very realistic, yeah.
And she turns on her faucet and no water comes out. So she calls the local water guy to check her well. And he crawls down the well and he's like, well, your well's all dried up. And she's like, oh, thank God that's all it is, because there's a hose attached to the house. We'll just fill it up again with the water.
So that's the
She
quality
doesn't
of the humor. That's the quality of the humor. And it's telling that you found that amusing.
Oh, it's just... There's
It's
a
sort
hose
of-
right over
it's-
there. We'll
it's-
fill it up.
It's sort of indicative of the humor you bring to the show.
Let me try to explain. Bill, it's funny because she's city folk. See? And so she doesn't know how wells work.
Wells
see?
work.
Yeah, I
And
guess
that-
I didn't understand
See,
that.
and
Yeah.
that's because the city folk are stupid to the ways of real life in real America.
And now my response to that line is, oh,
see?
But see, I'm a little worried that the guy's going to come and crawl down there and go, yeah, you're out of water, because then what do you do?
He's not going to crawl down the well. He's not going to crawl down the damn well.
Do you let the bucket go down, and then if nothing comes up?
Do you even know where the damn well is?
Yes.
Listen, as long as that chick with the long black hair is not down there, that's all that matters.
This is the other thing I'm worried about.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. What was that
Samara.
movie?
The Ring.
The Ring, yeah.
Thank you, Katie. Samara is her name.
I remember that movie. I do not
That
remember
one.
Baby Boom.
That was not a funny movie.
And see, Bill, the
Well, to
reason
me.
that movie was scary was because women are not supposed to be in wells like that, and
No.
especially when with the crawling the way they do.
That changes my entire reaction to the movie. Now
Exactly.
I react like this. Ooh. Yeah. All right.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be back. Boner Fights is on the way. Stand by for that. Haster Games, they are at 6831 South State Street. Of course, you can go to their website, hastergames.com, buy the stuff there, and stop by the store and pick it up. But just go on in and take a look at what they've got. It's not just the, Pokemon, Magic the Gathering, Dungeons and Dragons, miniature dice, that kind of game. I mean, they specialize in that. But they also have just your traditional board games as well. And if you're curious about any of them, you can open up one and sit down and play to see if it's right for you. New this week, Brilliant Stars from Pokemon, now available at the store. They've got booster packs, boxes, build and battle kits, and elite trainer boxes available. These items are selling incredibly fast, and stock is limited. So they encourage that you get yours before they're all gone. Newly released is the core rule book for the Power Rangers role-playing game. This book contains all of the information for both player characters and the game masters to role-play in the world of Power Rangers. As long as I'm, the evil woman. I forgot her name. I want to be her. Rita, what's her name? Anyway, so check out the new inventory. Haster has it at 6831 South State.
I have a 7-year-old, so
Exactly.
who's starting competition soccer.
Say goodbye to the rest of your weekends
Well,
for the rest of your life.
That's what I'm saying. It all starts tomorrow. They have a tournament tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
They have a game at 11. No, they have a game at 2. They have a game at 7.
Mm-hmm.
Friday they have a game at 11, and we're going to be up at Snowbird. So somehow I have to get from Snowbird to. This is going to be. This is my life. Now.
I would suggest using your car. I think you would use your car.
Let me ask you a question. Was it his idea to play
Yes.
soccer?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Because that's when you need to have the talk with him and say, look, okay, I understand you want to play soccer, but guess what? Mommy is saying goodbye to her weekends now because of this.
It's a huge commitment. It's expensive.
Here's what you do.
And it's a huge commitment.
I'm sure if you search around, you know how you have found a person to do almost everything for you. Rather than clean up the dog crap in your yard, you have found a person who will do that for you. Rather than deal with the lice problem yourself, you found the lice lady. Yeah. I'll bet you anything there is a person out there who will go to the soccer games for you.
But I like to go to.
Then quit bitching about it.
No, I'm just saying it begins, and Carrie's absolutely right.
Yeah.
It is.
This isn't just you playing soccer here. You need to know this, kid. This is about me taking you, transporting you, and the other two,
And it starts small when they're 7, but pretty soon it's out of state tournaments.
Yeah,
multiple times a year.
Mm-hmm.
It's a huge,
which is really kind of ridiculous if you think about it. Out of state tournaments, really?
Yep.
For 7-year-olds. Yeah.
Exactly.
Here's how people catch the bird flu. By close contact with birds or bird droppings. Some people have caught bird flu by cleaning or pluck. Did you pluck any birds?
I
while
didn't
you were on
pluck
vacation?
anything.
There was no plucking going on in the
No.
trailer? I guess it is kind of close quarters, the kids can hear.
There's no plucking in the trailer.
Mom, what are you doing?
I'm plucking a chicken.
Your dad and I are plucking a chicken.
Keep plucking that chicken. Isn't that what they said?
Yeah,
Keep plucking that chicken.
It is also possible that some people were infected after swimming or bathing in water contaminated with the droppings of infected birds. And some, here it is. You've handled a fighting cock.
That's it.
Was it?
That's it.
You handled a fighting cock.
I have to admit, I've handled a fighting
You
cock.
handled a fighting cock. There have been a few cases where one infected person caught the bird flu virus from another person, but it never has happened. It does not happen by eating infected animals.
But I knew it was living amongst. It's not the mosquito bite, but it's living amongst them.
And it happens a lot in Egypt.
Our attorney, Ed Brass sounds like your DNA dad is Marty Feldman because of your eye drooping and oozing.
Mm-hmm.
And then I've got another person who is saying, out-of-state tournaments? This is Gina's way of telling you that she'll be taking time off.
Oh, I see.
Not yet.
This is her way of telling us
This one
now.
is just here.
And then it'll get announced on a Thursday.
Yeah. By the way, I'll be gone tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because...
And then she'll say, I told you that this would happen.
Because her husband can't possibly take the time off to go to the out-of-state tournament.
No.
But you can. Because this job isn't.
He has a real job.
Yeah, this isn't.
This isn't a real job.
No, not to you. It isn't. And certainly the way we treat.
Why should it be?
No.
We're going to create a rent-a-mom business. I think this is a great idea here. Okay, it's 9:19. Everybody all right?
No, not very.
No?
What's the matter with you?
Oh, I don't know. My guts are all in a mess.
What's the matter?
I don't know.
Is this more doctor appointments that you don't know why you're going to the doctor?
No,
Do you have
no,
more
no.
of those?
No. Although those are the fun ones. You don't know why you're going.
I don't know why I'm
here.
here.
They just call you and say, you better come in. So, okay.
What if it's your gutty works? Are you getting enough of that yogurt?
I've been drinking my kombucha.
Yakult is the stuff.
No,
I think
I've been doing kombucha. It's supposed to be good for all your microbes down there. But there's something amiss with my microbes right
Something
now.
amiss, huh?
There's a war going on down in there.
That's terrible news.
Yeah. Makes it hard to sit here and do what I have to do.
Ah.
Because I'd
Well,
rather
you gotta-
go somewhere else and do what I have to do.
You can't do that and this at the
No.
same time.
But, we're almost done.
Yeah, that's
And
true.
I mean that literally.
Well, we have to do the boner of the day voting. And I have a prize, actually, for a random boner voter. Alice in Chains and Breaking Benjamin are coming to USANA Amphitheater on August 29th. And we have tickets to give away to that. And I have a sponsor for whatever Bill is about to do right now.
You know who else is not well? Taron Egerton.
Oh?
Do people even know
Elton
who that
John?
is?
Oh, was he Elton John?
Yeah, and he was the Kingsman.
Oh, yes, okay.
And as a business owner, have you ever felt self-conscious about the size of your brand?
Yes.
Huge Brands is your local one-stop shop for screen printing, embroidery, and custom merchandise. Get huge. Visit hugebrands.com.
Gina must have read this story. Rocket Man and Kingsman, or if you prefer, Rocketman and Kingsman.
That's what I prefer.
Rocketman and Kingsman star Taron Egerton, and I know it's not Egerton because I heard people say it before, and there's only one G. Was unable to finish his Saturday night performance of the new play Cock, collapsing in the middle of the first show at the Ambassadors Theatre in London. The scary moment brought down the curtain, stopped the play. A doctor in the audience. Is there a doctor in the house? Yes, there was. Quickly tended to Mr. Egerton. After a brief delay, the director, Marianne Elliott, came onto the stage and said to the crowd, Taron is absolutely fine backstage. He seems to be okay. However, he was unable to continue, and understudy Joel Harper Jackson stepped in for the final section of the play. Cock also stars Quadrophenia's Phil Daniels. I had no idea they had made a play out of Quadrophenia.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, a long time.
Also, Jade Anuka is in it, best known for her role in the BBC adaptation of His Dark Materials.
Oh, yeah.
And it's written by Mike Bartlett, the play Cock. And it's about a man who begins to question his sexuality after falling in love with a woman that he meets on his commute to work. And the man previously had identified himself as gay, and yet he finds himself falling in love with this woman. So it's an examination of that.
So did Taron not have lunch? Did he skip lunch? Was it low blood sugar?
You should drink that. You should drink that Yakult yogurt drink, so it helps his gutty works.
Here's what he said. He said, as some of you may have heard, I passed out during the first performance of Cock last night. I am completely fine, however. I have a slightly sore neck and a bruised ego, but otherwise, I am fine.
We have reviews for the play coming in.
Oh, yeah?
I like Cock.
There it is.
Oh, well, Bill liked it. So, while you're doing a theater news, Bill, I have theater news.
Huh?
Pamela Anderson going to make her Broadway debut. Do you have this?
I have that right. I was going to do it. Yeah, go ahead.
As Roxy Hart in the long-running musical Chicago. Now, I've never heard Pam sing. I don't remember that ever being something that she's done.
Here's the joke I was going to make about this. Pamela Anderson is going to make her Broadway debut in Chicago. Doesn't she realize that Broadway is in New York?
Do we get a discount because she's in it? I don't think we should have to pay full price.
I think people will people will buy tickets just to see her in that. I'm
She
sure.
said, "I've always been a huge fan of Bob Fosse and Gwen Verdon's work. Bob Fosse, brilliant choreographer and dancer. Gwen Verdon, huge talent, dancer, singer. Anne Reinking, too, was in it, playing Roxy Hart at one point. Anne Reinking was also an amazing dancer.
But they're singing too. That's the
there
part
is,
I've never heard Pam sing.
I think the dancing part is going to be rough too, because it's those people were all great dancers. She said, performing Fosse, you don't have time to get in your head. You can't dance, sing, and think at the same time. There's a freedom, a unique joy in knowing it's all about the work. Playing Roxy Hart is a sweet escape for me. I wish her nothing but the best. I hope she's good.
I've got Pam Anderson singing Santa Baby in Aladdin at the Liverpool Empire. Let's see if we can get to her singing.
What's Liverpool Empire?
Here we go.
Santa baby, put a label under the tree for me. Make it pretty and Westwood, please. Hurry down the chimney tonight.
Using a little character voice there.
Yeah. Like I said, I don't want to pay full price for Pam Anderson in Chicago.
I wish her nothing but the best. I hope it's a huge success for her. I feel so tender and bad for her in Pam and Tommy. She's
a
really.
woman wronged.
And it's interesting. Tommy Lee is just a sleazeball in real life and in that. Except for the fact that he adores her. He just, genuinely loves her. And she is a wronged person in that depiction of it. And I think it's weird to me that she's going to sue them because she says, it treated her in a demeaning way. I don't think it does.
Is it over yet?
There's one more episode.
Well, wait and see. Wait and see for the final episode.
I guess there could be a knockout punch of some sort.
Yeah, a shoe could drop. I don't know.
Yeah, but you'd like it, Carrie. It's very well done.
Not going to bother. Nope.
How come?
Muppet penis. I don't. I draw the line.
That's just one episode.
I got to draw the line at Muppet penis.
And that is incredible.
It's well done.
It's amazing.
Got to draw the line somewhere, though.
You kind of look at it and going, what? Huh?
Nope.
I kind of thought it was hilarious.
The special effects were impressive.
Yeah.
It was.
Let's see. There's Pam Anderson. Let's see. Let's do. The Florida House of Representatives has approved a bill that would prohibit schools from saying the word gay, using the word gay, no gender identity stuff in K through. It says here K through 3, so they figure after the third grade you can say gay.
And what about the kids with two dads that are at school activities?
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. And again, this is DeSantis. He's the up and coming GOP presidential nominee. This is what's lying ahead for you.
Yeah, I saw this story too, and I'm yesterday, and I'm just Gina, you would know about this. It says here, scientists create revolutionary blood tests that can detect over 50 genetic diseases. Isn't that?
Yes.
What's her name got into a big trouble for?
The one with the creepy eyes.
Elizabeth
Holmes. Elizabeth Holmes. Isn't that it?
Kind of, yeah.
But apparently it says here, this new test will revolutionize how we diagnose diseases, diseases because You'll be able to diagnose epilepsy.
I mean, the whole thing about her is that idea of one drop and doing that. It was like, wouldn't that be cool if this could happen? Let's just act like we know how to do that already.
She was hoping to. Yeah, she was hoping to wish it into existence that way. Like somebody smart would show up and go, "I know how to do that."
Really, what this is using a DNA sample from a blood sample.
Which is all you need is a tiny, tiny bit.
Yeah. It will scan the patient's genome using a method called nanopore sequencing. By unraveling 2 strands of DNA and reading the repeated letter sequences, we can scan for abnormally long repeats within the patient's genes, and that's the hallmark of disease.
That's cool.
So you'll be able to tell.
Again, Star Trek fans creating this. That's Dr. McCoy's. Wow, you got arthritis, Jim. You know.
It's Boner Fight with Radio from Hell on X96.
All right, boner candidate number 1, Jared Kushner. I don't know if we had the picture that went with this story of Jared Kushner, but he's looking sideways at the camera, and he just looks evil. He is the essence of evil.
That's every picture of him. That's every picture.
This one is particularly bad, and he is he's nominated because he tried to pressure the CEO of Pfizer into diverting doses of the Pfizer vaccine that were contracted to go to Latin America and Japan, and divert them. Contract be damned, because that's the way we do business in the Trump organization, and bring those to America. That goes up against number 2. What now? Don't vaccinate them? To hell, you say? Florida saying, the Surgeon General saying, I'm going to release a guideline that says, don't bother vaccinating your children. That's number 2.
You've got to look into this Surgeon General. He is nuts. All right, let's choose your vax-adjacent boner for Boner of the Day today, 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text. Text it to 33986. That's one way to vote. Another is to call the producer's booth. That's pretty direct. 877-602-9696. Use your voice. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Fight, March 8, 2022, and vote there. And if you don't see that box, more than likely you won't see that box when you get to our website. Refresh your internet browser. It should appear. See, we just put it up. So there you go. You have until the end of these messages. It's Boner of the Day.
How about 7 of the weirdest products people have been buying during the pandemic? How about that?
You didn't warn me there was a list.
Red in German is Rot.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's not Luft.
99.
No, I think Luft is, airborne.
Is fly, right?
Yeah, fly or airborne.
Okay, all right. What about List? Is there a
German
for List? The Listwaffe?
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
And I'm wondering if, Gina, you maybe have bought all of these or none of these things.
Okay. Oh, by the way, list in German is Die List.
Der List. Der List. And I just happened to see this instant. It's nothing 7 weirdest products people have been buying during the pandemic.
Okay.
Number 1, roller skates. Have you bought any roller skates?
I have not purchased roller skates.
But you can kind of probably guess why.
It's outside, something to do outside.
Yeah, people want activity. They want to do something, and they want to do it outdoors. Number 2, you've already got one of these, Gina. So you don't. RVs. Recreational vehicles.
We have had a trailer for 13 years.
Terry, are you going to get are you going to go out and get an RV?
Maybe if I live long enough to retire. I may be living in one. Who knows?
Guns. People are buying guns.
Yes, Joe bought a gun.
Another one?
We have a couple.
Oh yeah, I thought he already. I was going to say I thought he already
we have
had
a couple.
one.
I've been, no, I haven't. Yeast.
Yes.
People are
Sue
buying
was on the
yeast.
hunt for yeast, wasn't she, Carrie?
Yes, for a while, but now we're able to find yeast. It was just in the early days when the COVID scramble, as I call it. Everybody was hoarding stuff, and but now we realize that the supply chains are fine, and we don't need to hoard all that stuff. Although they were out of Adam's peanut butter at the Harmons yesterday.
What?
Apparently, I know, right?
And I'm on so I buy the great big jar, of course, at Costco, the big jars of Adam's peanut butter, and I'm almost out. Bidets.
Mm-hmm.
You bought one?
Well, that was pre-COVID, but we did.
Well,
yeah.
Bill got one, too.
Yeah, I just got one recently. It's in the hall. Currently, it's in the hall. Which,
You're pooping in the hall?
Yeah, and it's really, I found it to be kind of messy, really.
I want to look into that.
It doesn't smell all that great either. We've had to just run a hose in there, and it's just not. Sweatpants.
Yes.
Yeah.
You've bought sweatpants?
Yes.
You didn't, but you've owned sweatpants before.
But I needed
that.
new sweatpants.
Why did you need new sweatpants? Were the old ones too small?
They're the only pants I'm wearing these days, so
And
I needed some more.
Scented candles.
No scented candles.
Which I would
Really?
I would, yeah. If after months of stay-at-home orders, your home is starting to smell extra lived in,
yeah,
you're not the
try
only one.
cleaning it.
Or opening a window.
Cover it up with.
Open a damn window or two. You don't. It's not like the coronavirus is just hovering in clouds outside of your house, just waiting to blow in. You can open the windows. It's good for you to have fresh air. But candle sales have shot up during the pandemic. So those are 7 weird. They're not all that weird. I don't know. Why would they say weirdest products?
Yeah, it's
that
not
people
weird.
are buying up.
Yeah.
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
Award boner of the day.
And that's brought to you in part by sausages and carrots and shallots and what else was on there? Oh, potatoes. It was delicious.
And save on skiing at Snow Basin Resort with discounts up to $20 on lift tickets when you buy online. Visit snowbasin.com.
Well, it was very nearly a tie between Jared Kushner and the Surgeon General of Florida, both evil. I will tell you this for sure. Chuck won the Alice in Chains tickets.
Good on you, Chuck.
And by 4 votes, the winner of Boner of the Day was number 2, the Surgeon General of Florida.
There you go. You've got your boner of the day there for March 8, 2022. Now qualified to be boner of the week. All right, let's get Brian.
The following is a sponsored feature.
Brian's in studio, actually.
Brian, hi. How are you?
Wonderful. Good morning.
We're going to talk about the CHIP program. Is that right?
Yes, CHIP in Medicaid.
What does the acronym CHIP stand for, Brian? I can't remember.
You know, good question. I haven't had my caffeine for the morning, but
Children Health and Infant Program or something like that?
I think that's right, actually.
Insurance.
Yes, it's affordable or low-cost, no-cost insurance for families that qualify to cover a lot of the needs that people have for their children to keep them healthy and well these days, which obviously is a very important topic.
And it's combined in this instance, at least, with Medicaid?
Yes, that's correct. And so families can qualify depending upon their annual income and how many children they have in the home. And what a lot of people don't realize, well, first of all, while it's great that over 230,000 kids in the state of Utah do have coverage from one of these two programs, there are still tens of thousands of children who aren't covered even though their families qualify. So the Department of Health is really working to get the message out there to let families know that depending upon how many children they have, there's a good chance they might qualify for Medicaid, but if they don't, they also might qualify for CHIP, has different income criterias.
If every single child that was available applied, or their families did, is there enough money to cover all of that?
Yes, and that's the key thing. So it's one of those things where it's not, while supplies last, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
It's really something that, hey, this program's available to cover things like wellness visits, doctor's visits, hospital and emergency care, behavioral health services, which is so important these days with the challenges we're facing with social and emotional health and wellness, covers prescriptions, it covers dental care. So it's a real wraparound service for these children that we just want to make sure that families are taking advantage of.
Now, who administers the program exactly? Is it the state only?
Yes, it's a collaboration with the federal Department of Health and also the state Department of Health. And families can easily find out if they're eligible by visiting either the state health website or calling a toll-free number, 888-222-2542, where they can find out if they're eligible for either Medicaid or the CHIP program.
Gosh, it can't hurt to check. I mean, if you're sitting there thinking, oh, I don't think I qualify, just call and find out.
Yeah, I mean, some of the qualifications, like a family with two children may qualify for CHIP if they make $55,000 a year, which is actually, a reasonable income. So it's surprising when you look at the charts, and they're available online to find out. But the easiest thing, again, is to just simply call 888-222-2542. And, I encourage people, you may not personally qualify, but maybe you have a relative or a friend, or as a business owner, you might have employees who qualify for this. And what a great benefit that you can help them if they, to secure this policy for their family and help the coverage of their children.
I think it is fascinating, and sadly fascinating, that every year a bunch of this money kind of goes unused. Because I guess, is it just that people don't know about it?
I think that's what I think. But
yeah,
it's not that hard to
no,
qualify.
I think a lot of it is just misperception, misunderstanding what it is. When I first heard about it, I assumed it was for elderly people only, and Medicaid wasn't something for families with children as well. And I think another big thing is people's misperception of what income qualifies for these programs. And it's surprising, it's not something where, people that only have income of $20,000 can qualify. There's lots of different income levels. And a lot of times it's just misunderstanding about the process as well. And so especially with first or second generation Americans that have immigrated here, not understanding the process and certain about how to go through it. So we're doing a lot of outreach throughout different communities and different languages as well to ensure that everybody's aware of this and we can really increase the enrollment in the program.
Yeah, I was looking at the parameters, and the annual income goes as high as $93,260.
Yeah,
now that's for a fairly large family, but if that's a good income. But when you get more kids, it's medical bills are expensive. So
now we haven't mentioned this yet, and we need to. You can enter to win a $500 Visa gift card, courtesy of Broadway Media and Utah's Medicaid and CHIP programs for children. You just go to x96.com. There's a rotating banner there, and you see a big Visa gift card, $500. you can just enter right there on our website for that gift card. And this is just trying to help you get awareness of the program and to look into it for your family.
And you don't have to use it for medical expenses.
That's a good thing.
Yeah, you can use it for anything. Well, it's nice talking to you.
Yes, thank you so much for having us on today and a chance to share about this great program and the availability for families.
The phone number again, 888-222-2542, or you can go to coveringkids.health.utah.gov. All right.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll see you again.
All right, we'll talk to you. Thank you very much for coming in. All right, we will take a break. We will be back to crawl towards the exits after these. UtahAdvocates.com.
You know what Utah Advocates are?
What?
They're stress management.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
You've been in an accident, you've been hurt, wasn't your fault, and you're starting to get those medical bills coming in, and you're stressed. Let the advocates take care of that stress for you.
Katie knows that very well, our producer. Have you used them twice, Katie?
2 different times, yep, and they were great.
Yeah, they helped Katie navigate the insurance and took a lot of stress out of her life, and she got the insurance settlements that she needed. So if you've been in an accident and you need help, call the advocates. 801-355-5550. That's 801-355-5550. You can call them 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can also chat with them online. That is UtahAdvocates.com. And that, again, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The Advocates.
I was so angry
What?
Saturday night. After I went to the Warped Tour, I went to a party, and I think it was about 10 o'clock at night. I get home, and I'm out. I was out on the sidewalk. It's not important why. 10 o'clock, out on the sidewalk, and what do I see coming across the street? A raccoon, and there's a lot of traffic, and he's coming right toward my house.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of traffic,
Yeah.
and the lights in a car honked, and the raccoon kind of, like this, and I thought, God, hit him! I was hoping the car had hit him, but it missed him.
Yeah.
And he came, and I'm standing 20 feet away from him.
Yeah.
And he came running, and he ran, and I started yelling at him, and he ran right up my tree, the one that's in my front yard. I have a gigantic, like
Bill treed a coon.
a 50-foot tree. Yeah, I treed a coon. I was yelling, you son of a... Get back here!
Bill lives where the red fern grows.
I was just so mad, and he ran up the damn tree, and they're everywhere. God.
I think they've declared war on you.
I think they have.
Coming to get you.
It's like birds have declared war on my wife. Raccoons.
No kidding.
Declared war on you.
He stopped and growled at the car. I swear to God he did.
Hi, Rose.
Get away!
Shake his fist. Roadhog!
His
Little birdie finger.
one of his little bandit hands,
Bird finger.
Their hands are almost human,
They have them,
But ran right up the tree in front of my house. God, that made me mad.
What are you going to do?
Did your wife lock you out again? You sleep on the porch. Was it one of those?
No.
No?
Oh, why I was on this?
Why you were out on the front porch?
I was taking the night air.
He's farting.
Taking in the night air.
He's out farting.
Yeah. I'll be back in a while, honey. I gotta go take the night air.
He's right, isn't he?
No.
Taking the night wind.
No.
That's what it is.
No, I wasn't.
There's a breeze. Let me just put it that way.
Man, I live in the city. I don't need this crap.
You have to move to the country to get away from the coons.
No kidding. It just drives me crazy.
I tell you, we haven't had any raccoon problems since Van's dog Chase killed one in the backyard, and ever since then they're gone.
I believe that when I start trap, I should go home and set up a trap, and because if I trap a couple of them, they kind of lay off for a while.
Well, then that means you have to keep trapping them.
I know.
Got to send a message.
I know. I got the trap there. I just haven't. I'll set it and Brian will come and get him.
I want reliable people who aren't going to get carried away.
This is years you've been dealing with this.
I just hate it.
Got to send a message to the coon community.
I haven't seen one of the cats for quite a while.
Rush or G. Gordon, you mean?
Yeah, Rush is. I haven't seen Rush for a week. Baby Rush is finally gone.
You know, raccoon will kill a cat.
I know. They've been coexisting for a while.
Well, no, I mean, one of the Rush has been injured by the raccoon. I assume it's the raccoons. Before, I've taken him to the vet a couple of times with injuries. Just drives me crazy.
Well, gotta kill one. Send a message.
Spill blood.
Well, it's just sprinkle raccoon blood on the threshold.
Well, where are you going to get that raccoon blood, huh?
From a raccoon, I guess.
You got to bleed one.
Can't you buy it at Sportsman's Warehouse?
No, that's urine, and that will attract them. I'm sorry.
Man.
I need to get the Bob Odenkirk book. That reminds me.
Yes,
He's
out now.
Doing a new show with David Cross. They haven't done it yet, have they?
No, they've just started working on it.
Will that be an HBO?
Don't know yet.
I have the rest of this list we should probably finish.
Oh, please.
Oh, yes.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
We're about halfway through the list of things, nice things people do that really aren't nice. They're really irritating.
And I do all of these. I do all of these things.
So the next one is asking someone to smile. Come on. Why don't you smile? No, if somebody feels like smiling, they're smiling. If they're not, there's reason they're not, and telling them to smile doesn't make them
all I know is when you're smiling, the whole world smiles with you.
Take that frown and turn it upside down.
Being called sweetheart or honey or
darling?
You can call me sweetheart or honey or darling.
To the wrong people in the wrong context. Okay. I mean, you know the people that it would make sense to do, but people that you don't know very well, calling them those.
Because in the X-Men comics, Wolverine calls people darling all the time.
Well, he can do whatever he wants.
I guess he can get away with it.
You can even call me Sweet Britches.
Asking someone who is obviously not okay, are you okay? Now, you think that's nice. You see someone distressed or crying or
what you mean is you seem to not be okay.
But don't walk up to somebody and say, "Are you okay?" Obviously, they're not okay. You need a different opening. Can I do anything for you? Maybe start with that.
Get away from me!
but just saying, "Are you okay?" Obviously, I am not okay. Okay, people don't act like this. Not telling somebody they have food in their teeth. You think, "Oh, I don't want to embarrass them by saying you got a little something right." Tell them, or their zippers down, or there's toilet paper stuck on their shoe.
The food in the teeth thing, I don't say anything because I assume that it's the same thing I do. I'm saving it for later. So,
well, the real conundrum comes if I point to this side and I say, "You got a little something right here." Are we doing a mirror, or is it in fact on the right side?
Yeah,
that's the confusion part.
The next one. Pedestrians telling drivers to go ahead. It ends up being in this weird, like, are you going to go or am I going to go? Whose turn is it?
Here's the way I handle that. I never do it. That for number one. And when somebody does it, I go. If they go, okay, fine.
All right.
You bet. I don't just go, no hesitation. If they say, go ahead, I go, okay, and I go.
The only time I do that is if I'm walking the dog and I'm trying to teach her to sit at the corner before we go. And if she's not sitting and I'm trying to teach her that, I'm like, no. So I've done that before.
I ran into the same problem when I was teaching the dog to drive.
One more good one.
Okay, let's see.
That's all we have time for, unless you want to hold it for tomorrow even. I don't know.
Let's say there's still several more good ones of here, so let's save them.
All right.
Why don't we?
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
It gives me hope and something to look forward to.
That there's an unfinished list.
Yeah. It gives me motivation to be here tomorrow.
That's why Bill has never given the 20 sauces that will change your life list. It keeps him coming back every day. If he did the list, it would just, what's the motivation?
You okay, Bill? Huh? You okay, honey? You okay, honey?
I'll be here tomorrow as long as you finish that list.
All right, let's do the promo and crawl towards the exits.
It's like a lifeline for me.
Coming up on Wednesday's Radio from Hell show.
Well, it's 6:45. It's Things That Must Go. And we know you always have something to complain about or get off your chest.
So send your things that must go to radiofromhell@x96.com, and we'll try to help make those things go away forever.
Plus, Dr. Cobble will be here at 7:45. We'll answer questions about COVID, and so get ready to call in.
And I'll finish that list of people that think they're doing nice things, but it's really annoying. It's all happening on Wednesday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
You promise, don't you? Don't lose the list.
No, I got it right here.
Okay, promise, because I
promise.
Okay, because if it
right
didn't
here.
happen, I don't know what I'd do.
If I lose it for some reason, I'll make something up. So I won't leave you hanging one way or the other.
All right.
Let's see if we missed anything. Oh, man dies of a caffeine overdose.
Okay.
Wow.
That's rare.
That is rare. It's called caffeine toxicity.
Yeah.
Wow.
What did he have some sort of allergic reaction, or did he just drink too much caffeine?
This was an overdose. He the wrong dose of some caffeine powder that he was putting into his
supplement.
Supplement, yeah. Autopsy showed he had caffeine levels of 392 mil per liter blood levels, 2 to 4 milligrams per liter.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, here's something we missed. The legislature passed, one of the things they passed was they're going to put cameras on all of the drop boxes, ballot drop boxes.
Oh, Jesus.
So there'll be a camera every place there's a ballot drop-off spot.
Okay.
So I'm just going to encourage people, you should wear some sort of costume. Just to, make it interesting for people.
Or flip them
or
off
your
as you...
boner T-shirt. Or
your boner T-shirt. Flip them off as you put your envelope into the box.
Just do something.
Yeah. All right. I think we're good. Fine job as always, Katie. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Is Kurt Russell going to be there?
Corey is.